Take it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 6 of Fire in the Dark. I am your GM and host, as usual, Jaimie Wolfe, guiding our scoundrels through the... Oh, is something wrong?
It's fine. It's
Okay.
fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Guiding our scoundrels through the rigor and explosive, fiery everything that happens in this game. Last week, we sent our scoundrels to the casino, Helene's casino. The job was both straightforward, but so much more complicated than they thought it would be. It wasn't the usual run and gun. It wasn't the we need to break in and steal something or poison a chalice. No, it was them at a party trying to figure out who was the biggest liar amongst a group of liars. And it went fairly well. You know, it went fairly. It's kind of that situation of where you look in all the wrong places until you find the right one. It's process of elimination, you know. What was it Sherlock Holmes said? That once you've eliminated every other possibility, that which remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. And such was the case. However, this week, we are joined by a very special guest who we will get to in just a second. But as said, I'm Jaimie Wolfe, your GM, and doing the round table, Parker.
Hi, I'm Parker. I'm playing Asher. Both our pronouns are she, her, and they, them.
Rue.
Hello, I'm Rue. I use they, he, or z pronouns, and I'm playing Silas or Crow, who uses he or z pronouns.
John.
I am John Downey, and I will be playing Mort, the Mouth Morrison. We both use he, him pronouns.
And Cole.
Hi there, I am Cole, and I am playing Tristaro Wax Valentine, and our pronouns are he, him, they, them.
And introducing our very special guest and good friend for this week, Brandon.
Yeah, hi, I'm Brandon, and I will be playing Wick. Both of us use he, him pronouns.
Brandon, our lovely producer from the Huntsman's Hydra, my internet twin and all-around wonderful scoundrel who I have gone on many adventures myself with, dating far back. But we are joined today by this wonderful individual, and with that, I'm going to say bear with us in case anything goes, because Brandon has decided to simultaneously produce and play. So, you know, all of us with our characters. Well, see, that's the thing for me. I play everyone, and I use as few pronouns as possible. I don't want to have a gender, and yet I play everyone with all the gender.
It balances out.
It balances out. It's fine. You know,
Yeah.
this is how I project my mental illness onto other characters. I just divide it equally amongst like 100 of them.
Yeah.
Regardless, scoundrels, let us begin. And as usual, we find ourselves on the boat, docked just off the bay of Charter Hall. Now, this boat, this very special boat that has been the home of the Murmur Venture Project, has stayed largely in the same canal. It has moved up and down that canal at various times where it has been like, we're gonna just pick up and move a little, just kind of, we're gonna go over here now, over here, just not to stay in the same place, but largely stays on the bay of Charter Hall. This time, it has found itself posted up at a very specific location, just about a block down the street from a coffee and donut shop, a very familiar one that everyone has become relatively comfortable is probably the best word, comfortable as you're going to get in a shop like that. And in the boat, the scene is the same and yet alien, because Crow has taken their usual place in the rafters. Mort is over on the side, leaned back in his chair, as is Asher has taken a place as well in the rafters directly above Mort. You know, occasionally throwing cookies over to Crow. And Tristaro is to the side of the planning table, as is customary. But Archie's not behind the table, not like he usually is. No, this time Archie finds himself standing just to the left of Tristaro a little bit, looking nervous. Suffice to say, a bit put off by the presence of certain guests who have taken his normal place standing at the back of the table. And standing at the back of the table, there are two individuals. Brandon, do you want to describe Wick for us?
Sure. So, Wick is an average height individual, greasy black hair, and a bushy mustache curled on the ends, but also somewhat singed, flayed. You're not sure. Has a twitch to his hands, always constantly moving something, and his outfit speaks of someone who has kept the same old rags for 20 years, as he's wearing a military-style jacket and matching pants, and basically just a button-down shirt underneath.
And Mort, you would recognize the military jacket. It's dress. It's like the dress uniform almost, but it's one that's obviously been adapted for usual wear and tear. And it's also kind of out of date. It's not one that's been used for a while.
And
like
least.
predates my time in service.
Predates your time by probably about 15 years.
Whoa.
That being said, you would notice, if you have any military experience, you would notice it's an R&D specific jacket.
Yes, It is an R&D specific jacket. The rank on it that you recognize is Lance Corporal, but you also recognize that at some point someone ripped off the insignia pin on the front, which is pretty common for dishonorable discharges. Suffice to say, this is Wick. And if you all remember, when I described Echo first arriving on the ship, it was like a storm of blood and lightning, a cloud that hung. Wick doesn't carry exactly the same presence, but if anything, it has the same flavor. Wick smells like petrichor and gunpowder. He carries the air of an aftershock. And every time he moves, there's a brief flash, and you feel like there's a crack in the space's scent of ozone. Standing next to our beloved Wick is a figure with which y'all are actually fairly familiar, because you broke him out of prison on his first major job. It is Skag. Skag is short even to Asher. Skag is about 4'8". 4'8" in platforms, honestly.
Yeah.
And at any one time that you look at Skag, you can see at least 10 knives, which means that there's at least another dozen you don't. Skag is again short, largely built, lot of scruff around the face, and kind of wears like that Newsies style cap, kind of occasionally just pushed to the side a little, and kind of there's like a perpetual. It's not a smile. His mouth is like someone cut it into his face with a knife. Maybe appropriate for someone as familiar with them as Skag, but it's always just a little cross section and a little bit askew. And it never quite seems happy, even when it is. On the table in front of you, unsurprisingly, given your guests, there is a delicious bounty of pastries. There are beignets, eclairs, donuts, donut holes of all shapes, sizes, jelly-filled, powdered, as well as you have all been given a free cup of very, very good dark roast coffee with any additives to which you find yourself enjoying. Not to go out on a limb and make assumptions, but were I to make assumptions, Asher's probably has more sugar than sense, with a dash of cinnamon and hazelnut. Tristaro's is black. Crow's probably has some kind of Eruvian spice none of you have heard of, but kind of gives a vague scent of like if cinnamon was spicy, like a crossbreed between cinnamon and chili powder.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mort's is it's cream, maybe with a little bit of chocolate.
That's correct.
It is some delicious coffee and food, but it is strange not seeing Archie behind the table and not having Archie start the conversation.
Alright, I'm just gonna get right to the point, because honestly I don't want to be here. Job's pretty simple. We managed to find ourselves a little pyro distribution. And I need a batch of the stuff. About a dozen vials, maybe. For my own research, not for consumption. No worries about that. I'm done with drugs at this point. Then...
That's because he's immune to most of them.
That is fair. And then the real fun is we're gonna level the building. So, I need your help, since you all seem to be very sneaky, at least to some extent based off your previous expeditions. Need your help to get to the center of the base and acquire the pyro. At the center of the base, I'll plant the bomb, and if things go to plan, it'll look like it just happened from poor infrastructure. Won't even look like a bomb went off. Any questions?
Where did you say the warehouse is at? The distribution center?
I didn't.
Okay. Where would it be at?
Points at your... Actually goes wherever your map is. Where's your map, Tristaro?
It's on the table.
Point
In front of you.
Points down at a block in the southeast side of Night Market.
Got it. What do I know about that area off the top of my head? Is it just all warehouses, all suburbs?
It's Night Market is exactly what you'd expect. It's Night Market. It's where a lot of trade happens because that's where the trains come in and bring up a lot of supplies. If something doesn't come in by boat, it comes in by train. So Night Market is like the docks, but in reverse. It's a lot of things that come from mainland of the rest of this particular isle, whereas a lot of stuff in the docks, you're getting a lot of stuff from like foreign islands, Eruvia, the lands like that, whereas a lot of stuff comes in Night Market are local specialties. That said, it is also a thriving black market. It is probably the place that you're going to find a lot of the more illicit goods and gains. It's not an uncommon place to peddle illegal wares. That said, drugs tend to be a little less common in Night Market as opposed to, say, Silk Shore, because Silk Shore is the red light district and people are looking for a good time. But that said, doesn't necessarily sound, this isn't the distribution, this is the production. This is a small warehouse apparently where pyro is being manufactured. Yeah. Other than that, the things you know about Night Market is, yes, it's largely going to be warehouses and storage things of what's coming in on the train. You also know that there's a giant fucking hole in it. Night Market has a hole in it. I want to say the hole in Night Market is probably about a half a mile large coming from the bay. I haven't modified the map such to reflect it, but
There.
honestly, no, it's up here.
Oh, is it up here? Okay.
Yeah, it's up here. This section where I'm pinging on our map right now, It's larger than that. That section right there is there's a solid chunk of it that's just gone, just fucking gone. And it's a fairly famous incident, given that a massive portion of Night Market just left. There was an explosion there of a Leviathan blood, an old Leviathan hunting tanker that had been decommissioned, but was being used to sell Leviathan blood illicitly, as well as a warehouse of stolen Leviathan blood that was more or less set on fire. And as such, there's set on fire, blown to Kingdom Come. I'll give it's about that much. That much of Night Market is just gone. Fairly famous incident, and fairly famous who's responsible for it. You can look at Wick. To be fair, it wasn't actually Wick's actions that did it, though.
Nope.
But it was the Damned. Is probably their most famous incident, other than the giant ghost Leviathan that they killed.
Yeah.
So, suffice to say, Night Market has remained a rather shady side place, and the destruction in it has done little to deter it.
Yeah.
But as Wick said, any questions?
Blowing up this facility, is there a chance the fire will catch two ones nearby?
Based on my calculations, the rubble should contain the fire. Maybe.
Noted.
So the whole thing is go in, get 12 vials of pyro, get out. Key part there is to get out before the whole building goes kaboom.
Yes.
Are you providing
Basically.
the kaboom?
Obviously.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure. It's not something we're normally good at.
Well, yes, you're the sneaky, I'm the boom.
Yeah. At that, Skag kind of lifts the thing from under the table and puts it on the table. It's about yay big, all around. It is a mess of wires, and then there's like 3 vials sticking out of it that are like, one like has a vaguely blue glow, one has a vaguely green, and one's like a vaguely yellow, and it's not neon per se, but it does seem to kind of give off its own light. And then, like I said, wires everywhere, and then there's like a clock on it, like an analog clock that has been like attached to it.
This is Nightcap.
So cute.
Based
I do
off
enjoy your
of
naming conventions.
based off our little incident in Night Market not that long ago.
It was like 5 years.
Yeah. Well,
So
I don't know. I
Yeah.
spend most
Anyway.
of my time in the lab. I don't know time anymore.
it's fair. I spent a lot of it in the hole in fucking Dunslough, so
Well, whose
can't
fault
say
is
I know
that?
it either.
Do you
You're
know
the
how
ones
many
who let me
people?
sit there so long.
Do you know how many people come in and out of the warehouse? How many people work there? How many people we can expect?
Well, I've done a little bit of reconnaissance. Give me some credit here. Like, I'm not all stabbing people. So it's a decently sized warehouse. I'd say probably about 30 people go in and out on an average basis. There seems to be, some kind of pecking order hierarchy to the individuals who are in there. I can't say I fully understand what it is. Most of them wear masks, A lot of them, they're kind of like simple white masks, and then like the markings on it tend to designate rank and things like that. Don't really got a full picture of what it all means. All I can say is that the lowest rank is pretty much a blank white mask with a single bar over the eye. So, such is the way. Other than that, I can tell you where it is, and points at the map again. And I can tell you that the building's about 80 years old, so not that uncommon if it goes, given that, poor infrastructure maintenance and all that. Maybe a little bit better than the infrastructure in Six Towers, but
not by much, honestly. And actually, because I remember the Damned having this, Jaimie, so correct me if I'm wrong. We have a lot of building schematics. I just pull out a typical warehouse structure, and I'm like, this is where the bomb goes. Otherwise, I have no idea what it looks like.
That is correct. The Damned did at one point get their hands on the schematics for the Ministry of Preservation, and then used those to get the schematics for most of your standard buildings in Duskfall. So it kind of just pulls out a night market warehouse standard kind of layout.
It's about that big. Maybe add. They did a recent construction, so maybe add like another 10 feet on the end, but support beams are going to be about the same. So right about here, whole thing crumbles in on itself, and we get out.
Specifically, when he says right about here, he's actually pointing to Keystone in the lowest level, so underneath the warehouse proper. In kind of the depths of it, you're going to have to, however you choose to get in, and then get under it into the foundations. At this, Skag is like, right. So, the other reason, the reason that I'm here to talk to you, he kind of like, he pulls out a chair, and he kind of does the Captain America thing, where he just kind of like leans on it. So, I understand that most of you haven't killed someone.
It ruins profit line. Like, why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
That's fair. And you know what? I can respect that. However, that building is coming down. A lot of people are going to die anyway. So it doesn't hurt to have it in your best interest to, as they say, if you can get your hands dirty just to get through there in the first place, it probably would make your life easier. To that end, I've brought about a perfect demonstration, and he opens a closet and pulls out a guy who is just bound in ropes and gags and sits him in the chair.
How did you get this person on the boat without us knowing?
We're really good at our job.
Very good.
Is
He was
this
holding the bomb.
necessary?
Who does the guy look like, actually? That's
Yeah.
where I'm more concerned.
The guy doesn't look like anyone you recognize. It's just like blonde hair that has been cropped pretty short on top. Kind of like a mutton chops kind of down coming to here. Not large, but not small. Kind of like your kind of average warehouse worker kind of individual. Kind of shown with maybe by the like overalls that he's wearing as well. He's bound hands and feet, gag around his mouth. He's kind of like sitting there, his eyes just like.
Skag, you and blondes.
All right, look. I didn't choose this one. This guy owes Echo money.
Oh, well, sure, if you say so.
Is there any way we can go about doing whatever you're about to do without making a giant mess?
Right.
I'm
like,
not. At this point, Archie's like, yes, can we not get bloodstains on the boat? Do you know how hard blood is to get out of wood? Of course, I know how hard to get blood out of wood is. Do you know how many different surfaces I've killed people on?
Wick just pulls out a
Concrete
little
is the best.
solvent, hands it to Archie. Here you go. Now clean it.
oh,
Right.
hey, Archie, I didn't see you there. Mort's gonna go over and grab him and give him a little nuggie.
Hello, Mort. Thank you. Good to see you too. And he kind of pats your chest. Hope that you all had a lovely time at the party. I know that Anya and I did. So
I think
You
everybody
did.
at the
Tell.
casino
We could
heard
tell.
that you did.
We heard down the road.
Everyone.
It was a legendary night for some.
you know, I like to make an impression. Like I And you know, I don't get very often times to cut loose, so I did. And you know, I had the joy of having my TA cover my class for me that day during the party. So such is the way.
I hope none of your students hear too much about how much fun you had.
They already have, and you know what?
Oh.
That's fine. If anything, it seems to have increased my reputation in some regards. At which point, Skag's like, back to the matter at hand, please. And we, anyway, so,
All right.
this is a man who gaze well upon his physique. Skag pulls out a knife. Now, if you are going to kill a man, there are a variety of places, and he starts demonstrating, this is the carotid. The best place to do is to actually, especially if he pulls out a gun, if you're aiming with a gun, don't aim for the head, aim for the chest. It's a bigger target, and you're more likely to hit a vital organ. As deadly as a headshot is, it's more likely that you're going to actually do damage if you aim for the chest and the stomach. Third, with a knife, if you're going to be going for something at base level, just your base level, most people, when you go for this, the best place to go for is the clavicle in terms of just raw area. However, the clavicles are very hard, and it's easy to miss going around them and just scraping off someone's bone without actually going into the dangerous places. So the best place to actually aim is under the arms, or if you can manage it, into the thighs, because there are some very large arteries in the thighs that will in fact cause them to bleed out. Stomach is also good, but that's going to be a very slow, painful death for them. And honestly, if you're just trying to get them out of the way, the best thing to do is to kill them as quickly as possible. But it is a good precursor. If you hit them in the stomach and it causes them to collapse, then you can just grab them by the top of the head, slit their ricker, and throw them to the side, and comes he comes out. Second thing, it takes more force to cut someone and kill someone than you think it does. It takes more strength than you imagine, less than you think, honestly, but in the moment, more than you're usually willing to apply.
I'm just gonna turn to Asher and just like, I feel like we're kind of secondhand party to the torture that's going on. I feel like we have access to like maybe skeleton models or some other just as effective way of
illustrating this,
of illustrating these things, and I'm uncomfortable. I'm deeply uncomfortable. I feel like I didn't need to be a part of this. I feel like all of this, us as an audience, didn't need to be here for this torture. You know,
don't go pulling.
am I alone? Am I alone in that?
He hasn't actually cut this person yet. Is the thing. He's using them like a model to demonstrate on.
But I can see the man's face, and I can see the mind games that's being played here.
Oh yes, absolutely. Look, you're not the one I was worried about here, Mouth. You're the former soldier. I'm sure you've killed plenty of people. This is honestly, and I'm not really worried about the spooky one either, given their associations. This is more for these two. He kind of gestures to Asher and Tristaro. Kind of a thing. This is more for the, because you look like you'd rather run away, says gesturing to Asher, than anything. And you look like milk toast. So, gesturing to Tristaro.
Tristaro's like halfway through pouring some whiskey into the coffee and just turning away and just shaking their head the entire time.
Right. So,
I would be careful about what you say to this one, and I point to Asher.
Yeah. I don't normally like to kill people, but I will make the exception if it means shutting somebody up.
And sometimes killing is not always the most effective strategy.
There are better ways.
But it is usually the fastest. Anyway, any questions?
No.
I personally use guns because they're less personal. So just to throw by
They're loud. They're very loud.
Only if you use them wrong. bodies make great mufflers.
Archie, how are you doing with this next class in crime? This is what you signed up for, right?
Archie is just like sitting in a corner, eyes very large, mouth is a straight line going.
Yep.
Anyway, if there are no questions or anything to be concerned about in that regard, I will be on my way. And he kind of takes the guy that he brought with him, shoves him in a bag, and then just drags him down the gangplank and leaves.
Yeah. But real quick, Archie is in Archibald Dalmore, professor at.
Archie is like over his head. Yes, yes. We've talked before. Well,
We have.
talked to Echo.
Well, we have also. I read your latest paper. Here are my notes.
Oh. Fair enough. Kind of takes it and like sticks it in a sleeve. Like I will be reviewing that.
All good. I just had a different method for one of your formulas that I ran through. So have fun with that.
Oh.
Otherwise, well done.
I appreciate feedback from scholars and peers at all times. Anyway, this is fine. It's fine. I actually don't even fully know why I'm here.
You came
not
for
really.
the treats. I know you.
You
It's
came for
okay.
you came for the treats, and also we were gonna catch up on probably something relevant that I talked to you about last time. Also, I got stunlocked by the guy showing up. Quick question: why do you need the 12 vials of pyro, Wick?
My own research. I said this already. I don't do drugs
Anymore.
Well, I mean,
anymore.
I feel like you can. I feel like it's pretty fair that we're skeptical. We don't know you, right?
I don't.
And
I don't know
pyro
you.
is a plague upon this entire city. So
Yes,
forgive
it makes
skepticism.
really great fuel.
Yeah, see, I'm not
that I
actually,
can imagine.
I'm less concerned about him having pyro and more interested in just demolishing that entire damn building.
That I am excited
See,
about.
Now I see why most of my crew likes her. See, they know.
The fact of the matter is that the idea of demolishing a pyro manufacturer, distributor, whatever, can't do anything but good things for us in terms of our venture and the things. And also, it's not that odd to see an alchemist of Wick's peer wanting to look into the formula and things of that nature. I did originally design pyro to be a beneficial thing, so if someone can glean knowledge from it and put it to a purpose, so the better.
Archie, darling, do you happen to need any more samples for your own work? I know you were trying to do something at some point. I don't do the science piece. I'm just gonna help you guys get what you need at this point.
The sample that you provided me last time allowed me to, as I said, and I believe I followed up with Tristaro on this, that they've somehow made my formula more unstable, more volatile, to turn it into more of what it is, and more powerful, more fiery, but more likely to result in imminent death by, self-conflagration. Immolation, as I say. We didn't get anything from that, John.
I was mouthing.
Oh, you were mouthing. Okay, I thought maybe your mic had gotten muted.
No.
Sorry.
Good looking out.
Kind of a thing. I would not say no to more vials for my own research, but not a dozen, especially given that I do most of my research at the facility in the university, keeping it small and easily to hide and such that there's none left when I'm done is easier.
So if we happen to make this a baker's dozen and slip you one over, that would be useful.
1 or 2, yeah, kind of a thing. If you want me to try to glean more insights. Tristaro, did you have a question? Something you wanted to follow up on?
Yeah, just actually no. With this job, there's a good opportunity. We can also grab some more information. They have the Firebugs have a leader they call the Firekeeper, if I remember right. Top of the food chain. We can also get information on more of their infrastructure that way, and find out if the Firekeeper is one person or if it's many people masquerading as one. And also, if we can find out their identity, we can know who stole your formula in the first place.
That is very fair, actually, and probably go a long way towards us doing something about this scourge on the city. So, yes, you can find out more about how their organization works. I'd consider that a bonus, perhaps before the entire building comes crumbling down. Get a hand on some of their office notes, the things of any communications they might have. Might be useful. I don't know. I don't know if that changes your plans at all, Wick.
2 goals. Get samples from me, and blow the building up. Anything that happens in the meantime between those 2 points, whatever.
Yes.
Sure, feel free to steal anything you want as we do this.
Right.
You
And
should not give me that leeway.
I think it should go without saying to all of you that please don't get yourselves blown up.
That's the plan.
I would be
Tristaro.
quite sad, as would probably Anya, and
Oh, right, I do. And Wick, shuffles through his jacket. I have waivers. Just pass those around.
I'm not signing anything.
Yeah, what you think we're gonna
No,
come
they're
at
just-
you legally?
No, they're just
what do you-
informational. They're just
Okay, good. I was like, look,
Okay.
yes,
I myself am not responsible for anything that happens to you. That's your fault. That's why I'm paying you.
it is largely informational, and you see the kind of a breakdown also of the potential drawbacks of the bomb which he is using, Nightcap. Besides the fact that it's a bomb, so it's one use only before it goes up. It is also a volatile fuel constantly under pressure. So there is a chance that if it gets knocked around wrong, or it could potentially get set off early.
Also, the timer is slightly unreliable. I tried to get it as accurate as possible.
Define slightly. How off are we talking, potentially?
1 out of every 100 times.
That is not that low.
No.
It's a 1% chance. That's pretty low.
Yeah.
I prefer
Trust
a
me,
zero
this
in
group has hit a 1% chance
Look.
many times.
Look, most of my things are in the 5% range, so we're fine.
That's
And
not.
I am-
That doesn't invoke much confidence.
This is the best. This is the best thing I've built.
Oh.
It's just the fact that it's highly volatile and emulates an explosion 1/10 of the size of what is currently the hole in Night Market.
I am gonna argue real quick that the best thing that he's built is actually a certain pocket watch. This is from a GM standpoint, but not from any character noting this, because none of you would know about this pocket watch.
Well, it's on him right now.
It is on him. There is a pocket watch that is hanging
right
just
here.
off his lip, just off here is a tarnished silver pocket watch with some. Actually, Crow, you can see the pocket watch. As you look at it, it is covered in arcane markings up and down. And you
I got
realize.
to know, is the power source of the bomb also arcane?
So it's Leviathan oil, pressurized.
So a little bit.
About the same as everything in Dustfall is arcane.
Yeah.
But Crow, I will also say, because I realize that you might be the only person aware of several things here. One, you can hear the pocket watch ticking, and you realize that no one else can. Because you can hear it ticking in the ghost field. Second, about every 5 minutes or so, like a half of a ghost just seems to kind of bleed through Wick and out again.
Ooh. That is fascinating. I'm not going to say anything about it, that's not my business, but I am watching very intrigued.
And here comes one of Wick's quirks. What you looking at, Birdie? What you looking at? You're staring at me. What do you want?
I am just observing. I have never seen you so close before.
You're just supposed to be the spooky one. I was sick of the owl. Alright. Ugh.
To be fair, I'm not nearly as good at watching as the owl is, but I have different eyes. Literally and metaphysically.
Ugh. Well, we'll either get along splendidly, or we won't worry about the second part.
Wick, you're getting vague vibes of the first time you met Echo, basically, is what it feels like.
Okay, so probably get along great, but I'm not gonna like it for the first half.
That is how a lot of people react to me, so it's okay.
Well, you two seem to have similar friends, so there is that.
So, we have the job, we have our pastries, and we have our unique addition to the team this time.
Special asset.
Special asset. Why don't we get to gathering some information, figuring out things that we need to know ahead of time? And I think the first person I'm going to start with is someone who's going to probably have a very intimate interest in all this, Tristaro.
Mm-hmm. I think the first I have two thoughts. One is an asset I would like to have that would flash freeze someone who has fire powers.
Okay.
But that's a whole pain in the ass to do. So instead, I'm going to do what I usually do, which is scout out the location and see if I can pick up a couple masks from people who are walking out.
All right. So you're going to go scout out the location and try to get your hands on disguises effectively? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll do that. Asher.
See, I was starting to think scout out the location, but for different reasons rather. I was going to start watching, kind of do the whole survey the entire area, figure out how many doors, how many windows, how many, just all of the different points of entry, and start to break that down, as well as get a vibe for when people go in and out of the building.
Okay. So we got two different people who are scouting the area out, but for very different ways and reasons. Yes. Mort.
My idea was to scout out the location with the idea of trying to glean some information about the different markations on the masks.
Okay, so you're looking for information specifically
that was my idea, at least.
on the markations in terms of, okay. All right, so again, a third, this is like a coordinated kind of like information gathering all at the warehouse, kind of like everyone's like it would be like walkie-talkies of like Roger, 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 kind of a thing. Just everyone's got their own job, but you're kind of like coordinating off of each other. Crow.
To be fair, I was not going to go to the locations.
Damn.
But I was originally going to go to Jay and see if Jay has any of the masks, and just get them through that way. But if not, if Tristaro is going to get masks, then I will probably
I could change mine. I have another
No, you
plan.
don't have to.
Yes, you can coordinate your ideas here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm thinking of, we need to get under the warehouse as well too, which means we need to also probably scout out underground. And I could just switch to that because we have 2 people scouting out the location if I don't go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
was going to go and see if Jay can get the masks for us.
Okay. All right. And Wick.
So, hearing what Tristaro's doing, and given our background, Jaimie, I think I'm gonna go with Tristaro and scout the underground.
Welcome to the underground. How was the
As the
fall?
fall.
Yes. Okay. In which case, let's start with Asher. Asher, you want to go survey the building itself, right? Like
Yeah.
you want to figure out the entrances, the exits, the windows, points, the
Skylights, whatever we can
guys,
find.
best points of entry, kind of a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Right. And you also already have a basic breakdown of the building because of the plans that Wick provided. So why don't you give me a survey roll for gathering this information?
Because I also want to see people, like who's coming in and out, which ones are most frequented, and get those ideas as well. So we've got an idea of
Mhm.
what is the best point of entry.
Absolutely.
Survey. Risky standard, yeah?
Yeah, it's information, so we're not really in position and effect at this point. It's just
Yeah. And I'm
rolling
not
the
trying
dice.
for anything else in this case because I feel like everything is going to go south. I will keep that for later. There is a 5. though.
5. 5 is good. 5 is good. So based on the basic information you have, you're not able to find any secret entrances, basically, the things that maybe they're escape routes or things of that nature. But you are able to work out that there have been some modifications that have been done on this building from the initial plans that you got from Wick. In terms of what you're able to work out in terms of entrances, exits, things like that, the warehouse itself is about 3 stories tall. It's a fairly large warehouse. The roof is it's kind of one of those, like, it's like a flat roof that has been specifically has like rain gutters carved into it to collect the rain and then shunt it off to the side into the canals. This is, however, this building is not on a canal. It is actually a little more central to Southeastern Night Market. It is not directly on the water. So, not really, you don't have to worry about the water as much, but water isn't necessarily a good point of entry or exit here. Entry-wise, there is, of course, the front door. Not always your best option unless you're planning on kicking ass or lying your way in, but is technically an option. From the roof, there is a fire escape that you could potentially get to. Ironic, I know, but you'd think to have a fire escape on a building where they're making a flammable chemical. Wild, right? But there is a fire escape.
Novel concept,
There's a fire escape as well as there appears to be a skylight or 2 that could make decent entrances. They do seem to go into you're not even particularly sure where they go.
Okay.
Like in terms, because you have the basic, like, this is a room and this is a room, but you don't know what they're using the rooms for.
Yeah.
One of them does look like an office. The other one, lockers, maybe?
Okay.
Beyond that, there are windows, not on the first floor, however, only on the 2nd and 3rd. And the ones on the 2nd floor appear to have been largely boarded up.
Cool. Okay.
So, 3rd floor windows. There does not appear to be a quote-unquote underground entrance from, at least you can see from the outside, in terms of, like, say, like a cellar door or a storm door or anything.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. There is also a back door as opposed to the front door. Based on the plans, though, opening the back door would literally put you onto the floor, like the floor where manufacturers usually do, like the big open area where a lot of people usually are. If you open that and it's like, hello, oh, there's a lot of you, kind of a thing.
Would go bad.
So,
Okay.
there you go.
Mort's had
Jordan.
that experience a couple times.
So That's kind of what you're able to get from your survey. Mort, you're going to do a study roll because
Great.
you're studying and trying to get an idea of the demarcations of the ranks and things.
Interesting. Wait, what's up with my survey? For some reason,
Why do you have 4 dots in survey?
I have no idea why I have 4 dots in survey. I think I have 2. I think I'm supposed to have 2. I'm just gonna
have 2.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave that and hope that that's correct.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can do to increase my chances with this study roll?
I mean, you could always take 2 stress and push yourself. That's always an option to give yourself a bonus die.
Interesting. That wouldn't be the end of the world.
Alternatively, I guess an appropriate devil's bargain here is that you, in the trying to understand the demarcation of these masks, you do actually accidentally end up, the devil's bargain here is you end up bumping into one of these people that is masked, and you will have to make the choice of knock him out, let him go, knock him out, let him go, knock him out, let him go.
It's so tricksy because Mort knows how conspicuous he is just by being, and he knows that the plan as it was presented to us was a stealth plan. So if I'm already giving myself away to someone potentially, like literally the choice is I would have to kill them or seriously incapacitate them to make sure that it wasn't a problem when we actually get to the mission. So I think because I'm a little off-put by the display of aggression by Skag before, I think I'm feeling a little less violent right now. So I think I'm gonna take the 2 stress to push myself to increase my odds a little bit here.
All right, take that bonus die and give me a study roll.
Okay. Whoa!
6. Very nice. We love a 6. All right.
Awesome.
So with basic, so your military background planted you for this more than anything. It's not surprising that usually more means better in a sense of demarcations. Like the more bars someone has, the higher ranking they tend to be, and then usually there's a transition from, like, say, bars to chevrons to stars, at least in like a military sense. In this case, with the masks, the best thing you can tell is that the lowest ranking people are blank-faced with a single red colored bar that goes over one eye. That is the absolute lowest rank. And you're able to pick up, you're even able, with your surprising stealth in this manner, able to pick up a few words and realize that the name for these lowest ranks are ghosts. That's what they're called. They're ghosts. They're the lowest level. Beyond them, there are people that basically it is like the more bars over the eye, over the mask, the higher rank, and it seems to go from 1 to 3 at a blank mask level. And then beyond that, your rank is denoted by a personalized mask, it looks like. People have unique masks. They have unique expressions that seem to be representations more of their role.
Cool.
Yeah. Is there anything else you were looking for there? Because you got a good roll, so if there's any more information in terms of...
Would I maybe be able to suss out at least what the mask of the we were talking about a leader before.
Firekeeper.
The firekeeper. Is there any way I could like maybe identify what that mask looks like, or maybe who that is, or who's under the mask, or anything about that person?
So the firekeeper, from what you've heard, is the person in charge of all of it. Everything, not just this warehouse, everything. So you know,
Yeah, fair.
no. However, you do kind of get the you do kind of get the sense that, you know, level 1 is the ghost, level 2 is the ghoul, and level 3 is the gremlin. And then beyond that, like I said, personalized names. The person, I will say, with your role, I will give you this. The person in charge of this place, their mask does seem to be a little. It's a cat. It's a cat. It's the mask is a cat. Like it is kind of a elongated kind of nose kind of a thing, but the mask is made to look very, very feline, not in a like house cat sense, more of a like a panther, predatory kind of sense. You don't get a name for the person who's in charge here, just the mask shape.
Cool.
All right. Crow, you go to talk to Jay. Now, unlike last time, going to talk to a member of the flock normally isn't such a formal affair of going to the clock tower and having this formal meeting. No, going to meet Jay is actually as simple as going out for a sandwich. It's like just going for some of those delightful little like cucumber sandwiches with a little bit of that like light tzatziki spread and some tea. Just a nice just like a midday lunch. If anyone didn't know who you were, anyone who's looking on who doesn't know, it just looks like two TAs having a conversation about class. But Jay, in his usual bright red hair, freckled, smiling face, and piercing blue eyes, sitting there, kind of swirling his tea. Well, unusual.
Am I not allowed to visit my friends?
Of course you're allowed, Crow. It's just whether or not you make a habit out of it.
I told you before I am going to try and be better about it.
Promises, promises.
I've gotten very good at keeping them.
We'll see. Anyway, I'm not gonna go out and assume that you just called me here for some wonderful sandwiches.
No, but they are nice here.
Yeah.
We are working on something, and it involves going into one of the warehouses in Night Market. I was wondering if you had a line on any of their masks.
I can get a line on anything, my friend. It's just a matter of the price that comes with it, say.
I know.
So, masks. You want masks for a certain warehouse in Night Market. So, organization masks.
It's a pyro production center, so.
Firebugs. Gotcha. You want firebug masks. Okay. I can probably get my hands on those. Is there a specific like rank demarcation things you want on them, or?
I think higher than Ghost, so Ghoul or Gremlin. I don't know that getting any higher than that would be reasonable. No?
Alright, okay. So, preferably higher than Ghost. How many?
Wait, I gotta count.
5 of us total.
Cool, thank you. 5 of them.
Masks. Okay. preferably higher than Ghost. I can do that. I can probably do that. I can get you some masks. What are you willing to pay for it?
It's not fair of me to name your price.
No, not usually, but well, you know how I work usually is that if I had my way, I'd just ask for a favor, anything I ask at any time I call it in. But I know that most of the time, people who are actually in on the inn don't fly that way. So it's usually my best interest is to ask better what you're willing to pay.
I'm not against owing you a favor, but it would have to be something within my skill set. Something that you need from the ghost field, something that you need from something a little bit harsher, something you might need from a demon. I have a collection still of strange items, but I don't know that those are useful to you.
You're going into a firebug warehouse, right?
I am, yes.
Tell you what, give me a few vials of pyro and we'll call it even.
I can do that. No problem.
We will, I think, Shrike and Mariana have been wanting to get their hands on that like they did with your murmur.
Are they going to play with it?
That's all they do.
I know. I will. We are gathering some anyway, so I will just grab a few more extra before we finish our job.
Fair enough. 4 vials should do it.
4? I can do that.
Yeah. Give me 4 vials, and I'll get you your masks. Give me a few days.
Thank you. And if you'd like to do lunch sometime next week that is not a business venture, I would be happy to cover you.
Crow. You know that when it comes to delightful individuals such as yourself, he kind of, at this, his eyes become a smirk and he kind of sips at the tea, stands. His eyes dart up and down you. I can always go for a bite. You know how to find me. Talk to you again soon.
And you know where to find me?
Excellent. And Wick and Wax. WW.
The candle.
Yeah.
The candle.
Whoa.
Is that going to be the shipping name?
You wish you could ship with this.
Oh, God. Tristaro doesn't have time anymore.
Tristaro is cheating on me now.
Yeah.
Look, Wick's first love is the kaboom.
There is no second love.
There is no second love. It was Spark, but he can't do that now. Anyway, y'all are looking into the underground, right?
Yeah.
Give me a little more context on what you're trying to figure out here.
So, from my perspective, I think the night market also has like a little bit of an underground sewer system because some of these places need to dispose of whatever chemicals or waste they have. I think Tristaro is trying to find like another alternative route up, and also sometimes with these distribution centers, they need a smuggler's route.
Yeah,
they'll also be looking for that too.
So, and Wick, you're going with to help with that, right?
Yeah, just general knowledge of underground, and then also like if we need to make an entrance, Wick could go ahead and plan that out. I wouldn't call that stealthy.
Yeah.
So, yes, there is a sewer system. I think with the combination of going over plans, like infrastructure plans, plus scouting it out, that's probably survey.
Yeah.
The question then is, which of you is doing the role and which of you wants to help?
I've got 2.
You got 2? I'd rather help.
Okay.
All right. So, Wick, why don't you give me a survey roll? Give yourself a bonus die. Tristaro, you don't take the extra stress, right? Because you got the one with foresight.
Foresight, I believe, is for the score itself. I don't know.
For the score itself. Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead and take the stress then.
Already did.
Giving that extra hand. And Wick, go ahead and give me a survey roll with the bonus die.
All right. 6.
6.
Love to see that.
So, surprisingly, to you, Tristaro, there is no underground smuggler's route. You're correct, there's a sewer system. There absolutely is a sewer system, and it definitely passes by the warehouse. But if you wanted to get in through the sewer system, you'd have to go up through a toilet. Or, as Wick has pointed out, blow a wall through the sewers. The other thing, though, that comes with that and planning and that is there's a very particular thing about Duskhall's sewers. And that's that more often than not, that is the place where monsters show up. Manifestations, other problems, and unruly ghosts, because it is quiet and away and usually not as regulated. So there is a chance, just a chance, that you would run into problems before you even got there. It's not a high chance. It is a possibility. That said, if you went down through the sewers and you blew a hole in the wall, that would be the most direct route to planting the bomb, if not to getting your hands on product.
It could probably just also be a good way out, too, if we end up blowing our cover. Okay. Wick, were you around when Pyro first hit the streets? Like, did you partake in it at all?
I don't. How many times do I have to say I can't do drugs?
I'm saying before, or because I've heard.
I haven't been able to do drugs for like 5 years, mate.
Okay.
Though speaking of, I heard you had a pyro problem. Have you done Ghost about it?
Listen, I've never done. What the fuck does doing Ghosts about it mean?
Have you done Ghost about it? It's as straightforward as I can get here. Look, instead of doing drugs, you get possessed.
Okay.
Works out great. Look, there's some whispers that seem to love that shit.
I know, because I already don't have enough control of my past as is. I would like to have some semblance of control.
Welcome to Wick's Vice.
Wait, so are there ghosts you need to get rid of? Because I can do that too.
Not wait. Yeah, no, not physically. Not here.
Ghost on... Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Listen, I fucked up a lot because I dealt Pyro.
You should... Fucking drug dealers. So complicated.
I mean, gives you a break. Just like doing Ghosts about it apparently gives you a break.
I mean, I also did drugs. I just sweat them now.
Yeah, you've been kind of shocking me every now and then.
I have an electric personality.
On a So you say this job is going to be a tenth of how big the tanker job was.
Estimated. Also, the tanker was kind of an accident. Kind of.
Is it an accident if you take credit for it?
It was more we were blamed for it.
Okay.
Now, we did twist the story and take credit for it, but in actuality, we were on the boat with all the oil, and there was this bitch with a lightning gun. No idea how she got that. And Echo and I shocked her and set the boat on fire.
Okay.
And then everything, well, we got out of there, and then everything exploded.
I might be wrong about this, but isn't Leviathan oil just extremely explosive and therefore should never have any firearms or anything conducting electricity near it? I feel like there's a safety regulation somewhere. I feel like
Do you
it's like
think anything about that job was safe?
you were there, probably not.
Thank you.
I don't think they have OSHA in Duskfall.
They do. We
New
killed them.
venture. New venture. We make OSHA. We make it half as
They
efficient.
do. It's called the Ministry of Preservation.
Yeah.
And we killed them. Well,
I
some
don't
of
have
them.
-1 with them if they're dead.
They're not dead. You also have a -2 with them.
Brutal.
We just break
You can,
into their stuff all the time, is more what I mean.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm picking up language from Skag, which is never a good thing. I can tell I've been in the lab a lot more recently.
I feel like every time I've gone by, you have been in the lab and either almost blown something up or am about to blow something up.
I'm a busy man. People send us mail. What can I say?
Mhm.
Everyone's out to get the damned. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But yeah, that brings it to my real situation, like the other part of the conversation. I'm glad you came with me on this. One, thank you for finding out about this place, because fuck these people.
You think I did that? Sure, I'll take credit for that.
Yeah, fuck it, take it. But more importantly, the job is going to be harsh and everyone's going to be in danger. You seem to have a good idea of how to get out of bad situations.
Wick starts laughing. Like, I don't want to blow out my mic. Wick starts doing, like, maniacal laughter. You're funny. You're quite hilarious with that one. It's because I'm the one making the dangerous situation, dear Wax.
Good.
I am the problem.
We have
For
something
you
in common
too.
there.
No, you for different reasons. I've heard all about you. You visit too much without proper protocol, by the way. Echo won't say anything about it, but
To be fair,
my guy.
I didn't get told what proper protocol was until I have already overstepped that line.
We're gonna-
Regardless,
You're getting... Okay, so you all keep making jokes about classes. You're about to get a class on proper protocol when working with any other gang. The first thing is learn some shit before you visit their hideout. Come on.
Actually, no, I did that with the Hive. I did do that with the Hive. So I do, just y'all came up first.
You respect the hive more than the damn. How dare
No, no,
We're
not
leaving. We're leaving. Come on. We have work to
Let-
do.
I just, hey, before we go, I need you to, at least in some way, tell me the rest of the crew will be all right. Can you tell me that?
If they don't pull the shit I hear you do in the middle of a job, they should be fine.
Good. Can you make sure they get out?
That's not my job. Tristaro, sorry, Wax, we're on a job. Wax, I don't think you know who you're working with. And I want to be very clear on this. I am the problem. your best bet for them making it out alive is to make sure they're not near me while I'm working.
Okay. All right.
Have you ever heard the term chaotic neutral?
Sounds like some nerd shit. I would never, ever.
Well, what it means is that I care about one thing and one thing only. What I decide is fun. And unlike your crew, we're assassins, Wax. I kill people every day. Though Skag will always triple my body count, whatever that may be.
Okay.
So, I understand that you care about your crew very much, and don't get me wrong, if this was the same situation with the Damned, I would at least make sure the timer is long enough for Echo to teleport us out or something. Skag will run with his tiny legs, like he always does, and Varan will bust a hole in the wall. Your crew can take care of themselves. Trust that they'll do their job and I'll do mine, and everyone will be fine.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be the paranoid one here, and yet I'm telling you not to be paranoid. I'm trusting a crew that I've never worked with to sneak me into a very dangerous building to set off a bomb and steal drugs. But I'm mainly worried about the bomb.
All right.
Okay. So with that, you're able to get the information you need and talk to Wax and Wick about the, let's call it, moral discrepancies between the two of you, and where values are placed specifically. So with that and information gathered and like, you all gather back at the boat. And back at the boat, on your table, there is a lovely brown paper package tied up with twine that when cut open, inside there is a collection of simple garments along with 5 masks, 1 gremlin, 2 ghoul, and 2 ghost. So 1 with 3 bars, 2 with 2 bars, 2 with 1 bar. A note from Jay. This is about the best I could do on the short notice, so this is the best you're gonna get. Remember our deal. Ha!
So, who's your talky person? Wax talks a lot, but that doesn't necessarily make him the talky person, so I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that's the best talky person in this case.
Well, sounds like you're a gremlin.
Unless we are talking to ghosts, yeah.
I just generally probably shouldn't talk. I will get us in trouble. I just want to stealth around.
You earn more points with me every time you open your mouth.
Well, that's good. I just need to be able to move around, so whatever's gonna make that a little bit easier, even if it's just a ghost, I will take it. Besides, I can disappear.
You bring together your collective information, what the masks mean, having the masks, the various information about the sewer system and subterranean entry, as well as Asher's points on external entry, and the like. And is there any other information anyone's looking to gather? Any conversations anyone wants to talk to, i.e., a la, Archie or one of your contacts or something?
I am going to let everyone know the terms of my deal with Jay, so that when I'm grabbing a bunch of extra vials of pyro, they're not confused.
So we should probably just grab 2 cases.
Yeah.
Yes, in case we need more for whatever reason.
Then we don't have to count either.
I do want to remind
Mathematics
everyone.
is what my degree is in, but okay.
I just mean that just in like a quick moment situation, it's easier to think, oh, grab 2 cases than it is to be like, oh, well, I need to do this. Anyways, I just
You do
No,
need
I am
8.
joking,
You need
I am
18
joking.
vials right now. 12 for me, and then 6 for all your other shit.
yeah, but who knows? We might need those others for whatever reason.
Yeah. So
Do want to remind everyone this stuff is very volatile, and whoever holds it should be nowhere near anything explosive and/or in any fights.
So I should take it and run very far away from Wick. Got it.
Yes.
Correct.
that's a general rule of thumb.
Yes, I think Asha and I are the least likely to get into a fight. So
Aye. So between the 2 of us, I think we'll have to we'll figure out the best way to make that work and get it out safely.
So Asher and so Crow and our lovely Shadow are going to take the ghost masks is basically what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Spectre and Crow. Tristaro, you're taking the gremlin mask.
I think I got volunteered for the position, so yeah,
You got
You didn't get a
voluntold.
choice.
voluntold.
Which leaves Wick and Mort to take the ghoul positions.
Why
Okay.
does Echo wear these things?
as someone who also wears a mask all the time, you get used to it.
No, but see, yours has the beak, and like
It does.
this is just flat.
Yeah.
That
Which is
Ours is
very
more
similar
fun.
to Echo's.
yeah.
Echo's is very kind of just flat but intricate in its design.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has a giant crack in it that got fixed, but
Yes. Anyway, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and it's a little bit earlier than usual, but we're gonna take our break unless anyone else has information that they wish to acquire, because we will be coming back on the engagement roll and our points of entry. Sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in which case, we'll be back to breaking into the pyro manufacturing warehouse after in just a few minutes. See you then, scoundrels.
Mhm.
Welcome back, scoundrels. We have gone through the planning phases of this rather
and we went to the wrong
explosive
screen again.
job.
There we go.
Yeah.
I did it. I keep forgetting to change the button on the stream deck. That's my bad.
You're doing a lot right now.
Yeah.
Look, it's like any project that Wick does. Got to work out the bugs. Get about 90% there, and that's good enough.
That's passing.
So 60% is passing. You're going
These
on
get
Wick's.
degrees.
Wick passing. Wick passing.
If he hasn't blown up the stream, we are fine. Anyway, so it's time to figure out what we're doing, what our point of entry, how we're gonna go about this. Again, obviously this isn't a transport job, so that's not on the table. But as ever with the engagement roll, based on the information that you have accumulated, are we thinking an assault plan, a deception plan, a stealth, an occult, a social?
I think
I
the
feel
easy. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I feel like we're leaning towards stealth more so than anything else. I think.
I mean, we've got the disguises, right?
Yeah.
which I mean that could also lean into deception, but it's.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fair.
Are we aiming for the front door? Or are we gonna aim for the roof door?
Well, my question is, when people leave the warehouse, are they in full uniform, like mask on, everything, or?
Usually, yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
could be one way. If we go through the stealth
through the roof, we can put on the disguises once we're in there and they don't know that we weren't there before.
I was thinking that same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, good eve.
So, yeah, if we go with a stealth plan, you just got to give me the point of infiltration. If we're going with a deception plan, we're going with the method of deception. Seems like we're leaning stealth.
It seems
it
like
sound-
stealth deception rising. Yeah.
One of the
Yeah.
skylights looked like it wasn't going into an office. The other one said it was maybe lockers. Hard to say, but if we're able, like, leaning towards the lockers might be our better point of entry, because I would then assume people get changed in maybe the locker. Oh, I mean, if they go in and out like that already, but you know. That or either one of the skylights is probably one of our best options. If it's an office, we can probably take care of whoever's in there if anybody's in there, and then same thing with lockers, and then go out from there.
And so they're having an all hands meeting in that one room.
Well, rip.
Sorry, we knew we were late, so we wanted to get here as soon as possible.
We wanted to be really respectful of your time.
Cue 10 minutes from now where we actually have to go through with that idea.
All right. So stealth. Point of entry appears to be the skylight. So skylight, locker room or office? Locker room, office.
I think the locker room might be safer.
I think so
Me
too.
too.
Right.
Locker room.
Cool. So, is this operation particularly bold or daring? You are blowing up a building and making sure that no one's any the wiser of that, and you are in fact trying to do it by sneaking in from the top to the bottom. So I'm gonna give you that. Bold and or daring. You started with 1 die for sheer luck, plus that. Is it overly complex or contingent on many factors? Not really. Get in, grab some stuff along the way, put the bomb, get out. That's pretty much it. So you're still at 2 dice at this point. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? No. You're just going in through the top. I think that, you know, as opposed to going in through the bottom.
Is the skylight leaky in any way? It's just a weak point.
No. And in fact, they are obviously a little bit mindful of things like this in the first place, since they did board up the entire second story's worth of windows. Is the target strong against this approach, or do have they particular defenses or special preparations? No. Any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? They already have, so we're gonna give you a die there. Are any enemies or rivals interfering? Yes. We're gonna take a die away. And lastly, are there any other elements we want to consider? Are they lower tier, higher tier? They're about this operation is about the same as you all, this particular operation of the firebugs. So it's kind of not that strange. So that's 2 dice, unless anyone else has anything else they think they want to contribute here.
I feel like if I say anything, I'm going to end up taking away a die. Because I know some people that could be there.
That seems like a more in the moment issue.
Yep. That seems like a devil's bargain.
I was gonna say.
All right. So let's go with 2 dice. And that is a 4. So we're starting at risky standard. Kind of.
Okay.
It's your standard position to be in. None too problems. Which means we start with ourselves on the roof. It is, well, duskfall, it's always night is the thing, but this is like night. Even some of the street lanterns aren't on. And oh, that is correct, Tristaro. Make sure to set your load, whether or not it's light, normal, or heavy. The usual descriptors apply. Most one to keep in mind here is that if you go with heavy, you do look like you're going to war.
Would I have what load
based on my surveillance, what's the highest load that I could do that wouldn't look conspicuous based on like what everyone else is?
Probably a regular load.
Regular.
Like,
Okay.
regular to light. Like
Cool.
some people, it's not uncommon. I mean, these are still criminals. They come in with weapons and various things on them. So your average load. It will not stand out. All right. But it is quiet. The warehouse itself never seems to actually stop whatever it's doing. And even standing on the roof, you kind of get that gentle buzz, that hum of activity just beneath the surface. The skylight itself, both of them at various points, stand before you, and the first challenge in front of you is, how are you getting this thing open?
I'll wait to be the final option. I'll let y'all try and figure this out first.
Gonna go in straight up and have my burglary gear with me and take out the pry bar and see. I've also got oil for like squeaky hinges, so I'm gonna check the hinges, oil them up, and then get the pry bar and see if there's any way I can start to loosen this.
Damn.
You kind of find the hinge point, and as you like oil up the hinge point, you kind of get around to it. You're like, okay, this thing obviously, if it has been opened, it hasn't been opened in a very long time, kind of a thing. So you kind of find your best position and kind of start to set the pry bar. I'd say that's a finesse roll.
Cool.
Because you're trying to open it quietly. It's not a wrecking it. You're not breaking the damn thing.
No. Perfect.
While they're doing that, I just kind of want to look over the skylight, see if I see anyone in the rooms below us. Like, are we coming in right at a end of a shift or start of a shift for rotation?
Sure. Give me a survey.
What's a devil's bargain look like?
You're gonna ask this. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm not gonna ask for one. This is still early. I don't want so many things going wrong as we enter the building, especially if you're gonna do something.
Devil's bargain for you for a bonus dice is there is someone in. You look over both skylights, and there's someone in one of the rooms, whether it is the office or the lockers, and it will be random which it is. I will roll a fortune roll.
I'm gonna turn that one down then. I will just roll the one die just to see if I can spot anyone. Got a 5.
And I got a 5 on finesse.
Nice.
Okay. So let's start. I'm gonna start with the survey. In surveying the skylights, there is a person in the office that you do see. Not in the locker room. Not yet, anyway, that you make out of just a general look. The person in the office does appear to be the person with the cat mask, who seems to be, maybe in charge of at least this warehouse. But with a 5, that does mean there is a consequence. So your consequence here is, and that you're obviously, remember, as always, able to resist this, but I'm actually going to start a clock, and the clock is detection. You have been discovered, kind of a thing. And I am going to put 1 tick into that clock. Of course, it would be a resistance roll if you want me to not put a tick in that clock. I'm still making the clock, but it would be a prowess resist.
I'm okay with that. I'll let that ride. Especially considering how many pieces of the pie it's got going on there. It's like is that
12.
speed?
That's
Yeah,
12.
team step. 12.
Is that a 12 side?
Yeah.
That looks
Oh,
like a
I
12.
chose the wrong one then.
Yeah, 8's the red.
Or
Um,
no, 8's the blue down here.
Yep.
Red's the 6 step.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Those are out of order.
They
You
are.
They work.
All right. So yeah. So I've started a clock, and I am putting 1 tick in it.
Sweet.
All right. And then going to the finesse roll to kind of it open. Parker, it takes like a little bit of.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you kind of got to go here, and then you go to the other side and wedge it again, and then over here and wedge it again, and back and forth until finally it like inches slowly up until finally it's kind of it just kind of.
It's like changing a
Pops up.
tire. You got to go in the star formation, you know?
Yeah.
But I just gotta keep going until the whole thing kind of pops. Consequence here for you would be another tick on the clock because it makes a little sound as it kind of launches over, and that would also be a prowess resist because you're gonna try to physically kind of catch it. Is the thing.
I will just let that one happen for right now.
All right, sounds good.
Not
Let
too
that
bad.
ride.
I'll let it go for now.
Let it go. It's fine.
Possibly go
We'll
wrong.
be fine.
Last words.
Right, but the skylight is open, and you all are able to pretty easily scramble down. It's like a 8-foot drop. Like once you're even in there, Mort's like there's only a foot between Mort's head and the ceiling. Like it's not super tall. So Mort basically does a pull down, like a pull up.
Gently
and just
lower
lowers it.
myself to the ground.
Like Mort goes first, and then everyone else is just gonna.
Catch me!
Absolutely.
Jump.
110%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Asher is the short, or yeah, Asher Spectre is the shortest and kind of goes, wee, and it, like that's the only one that Mort's kind of like, okay, actually have to catch instead of just
Easy.
easy. But you are in the locker room. It's a small bank of lockers, probably about 50 total, all things. They are about your average school locker size, yay by yay, stacked in rows of 6, columns of 2. So each bank has about 12. So it adds up, all things considered, to 4 of those, so about 48 lockers. And there is a door. There is a door out that you can see. Based on the plans that Wick brought up at the initial, that door leads to a kind of like the only kind of enclosed hallway that is around here. There's on the 3rd level, there's an enclosed hallway that basically forms a ring around the outside with some rooms darted around it. And then from there, from that enclosed hallway out, it opens out to a metal catwalk, basically over the top of everything above the warehouse floor, which, because there isn't actually a 2nd story, it's just tall kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're 3 stories up. The 2nd story doesn't exist. It's just a big empty warehouse kind of thing. Based on the plans you saw anyway, any modifications pending. There is a door.
Before we do anything else, I'm going to ask Mort to lift me up a little bit. I'm going to gently close back the skylight and put like a little piece of wood I was carrying on me just underneath it. So
Kind of
it's not
prop
entirely
it
shut.
so it's just a little bit open still, but
Yeah.
okay. So Mort lifts you back up, kind of like it's that dirty dancing kind of a thing, and he like lifts you up, and you're and
That's
you're
all
kind
I'm
of
going to
like
sing.
I'm having the time of my life right now.
We're on a job. We're about to. Later.
that is partner and partner. So kind of pull the skylight close and put a little wedge, right, like a little wooden like door stop like in there to just stop it from actually closing. Yeah, that's easily doable.
Do the lockers have any like names or annotations on them, notating?
They're numbered.
They're numbered. Spectre, you wanna? Should we go ahead and break into these now or later? I'm gonna look. That's what I'm thinking about. I want to move closer to the door and just kind of see if I hear anyone on the other side coming in.
That's where Asher's brain. I see the lockers. They all look like safes to me. Do I want to break in? Yes, but I am trying.
Every
And-
single one of them has like a video game glisten to them. Like,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
there is
This
loot
is
in
the-
here.
It's a little bit of temptation. Just make it out, kind of a thing. It's like it's right there. It's that fallout of like where the fucking screws.
Ugh. But we've also had it already to the door while they were doing their moment, their
Okay.
partner and partner moment there, to also kind of hear that. So probably waited, watch whatever happened over there between the two of them, and then went back to. But my heel, is it a pull open door or a push out door?
The door appears to open into the hallway, kind of a thing.
Into the hallway. Okay, cool.
Into the hallway, so it would be push out for you, pull for whoever's outside.
Okay.
So
Yeah, also listening in.
So we're doing a listen, kind of like a group almost survey here. So why don't you designate one person to take the stress for the bad rolls, and then everyone gives me a survey roll.
I will say I already have 4 stress, and
I was like, you're not taking stress.
Yep.
It's
No,
not on you.
It will not be Tristaro. No.
yeah, the sparkling water just came right up into my.
Oh, I hate that.
Had that carbonation like burp that just exits every entrance.
I'm at 2.
I'm at 1.
So
I'm also at 2.
Okay, I'll take this one.
No one gonna ask Wick?
Wick, you're gonna help out?
Yeah, Wick, how you
I
doing?
expect Wick to take one for the team on this one.
It's his job.
I mean, I'd help with a survey roll. I have 0 stress right now.
Do you want to take the stress for this
Sure, I'll take the stress for
Okay.
this one. This is the one you get.
one?
Oh shit.
That's fair. Let's
All
We'll
right.
push you for more. Don't worry.
Everyone give me your survey rolls then. And as a 3, so okay. It's a 2, and a 2, and a 4, then a 3.
3.
Hold on.
I had a
6
5.
from Wick.
Thank
A
you,
6
Wick.
from Wick, and a 5 from Mort.
Yep.
We got a 2 from Asher, a 3 from Tristaro, a 3 from
Crow.
3 from Silas from Crow. So that means
3 stress.
you're taking 3 stress, your Wick. But we do get to take the 6. Which means no other consequence other than all of that stress that Wick just had to take.
Well, to be
Um,
fair, it works out great because this makes sense that Wick would be like just so detail oriented on what stuff sounds like. I think.
Also
I think you all
stressed
just
out
have
because-
shit hearing.
I won't argue that. My hearing
Yeah.
is definitely not what it once was.
You need some earplugs.
I am at all times
Well.
hearing so many ghosts that hearing things in real life is difficult.
I have the thing for that, but it wouldn't help with real life.
I just really want to break into those lockers. I'm not gonna lie, and therefore just a little bit distracted right now.
There's gonna be
Back
like
at an old
clothes.
jobs. I'm back at an old job site and like anxiety's going through the roof right now. Okay.
Oh my goodness! Why did
This
We're
is why I'm
enduring.
stressed.
Why did Echo recommend y'all? All right, let's just.
So as you're doing that, you're listening. The hallway sounds clear. There's the normal warehouse buzz of activity that you can hear of whatever is happening out there.
Yeah.
But the immediate hallway sounds empty.
Cool.
So
Wick just opens the door.
the door just opens, and you are in you are in a hallway. It is stark, I guess is the best word for it.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking stucco, white walls, stark. It has the floor is just basic wood, whatever was on hand when this place was built. No one has painted it. If there was decorations on these walls at some point, there is not anymore. It is there to serve as a hallway with lights. And by lights, I do in fact mean like lanterns on the wall that have a little bit of oil, like oil lanterns on the wall, kind of a thing at various points. And they are very spread out because they don't want to waste the energy. So it's a very dark hallway.
So bullshit you want is that way, actual way to the job is this way. Seems to be
Points down the hall to where the office is, and then he points down the hall towards the door to the catwalks. So technically, there's a door to the catwalks on either side. So if you go to the office, you just loop back around to the other door to the catwalks.
Side note, we also definitely put on our disguise stuff when we were
I
lockers.
assume.
Yes.
Very clearly. Okay. Right. Wax, you're the one that wanted to get the paperwork.
Yep. Just need to figure out a good reason to go in. Actually, wait, do you have like something that can put them asleep from a distance? Because I got.
Define sleep.
Do you have a way to quietly take someone out?
Several. Would you like it in melee form, throwable, gas?
Ashes, powder.
Probably gas, because if I do anything else, they're gonna know.
Well, they won't. They won't if you remember to pick it up after.
Yep.
And we're gonna bring out toy number 1, Jaimie.
Toy number 1.
So the shock collar.
Oh!
So
Okay.
this is a circular plate about yay big that you can tell has a bunch of wiring on one side and is sticky on the other side, and seems to have an electric charge constantly going in the middle, like one of those little nebula balls.
Sick.
You all have heard the story of the Ghost Leviathan, right? The one that was above the city for the longest time. Yeah, this is a mini version of how we leashed it and brought it down.
Fact. Okay.
So, sticks to any surface, basically open the door, throw it in, and it'll be in range, and it'll do a little zap, and should knock them right out.
For other context, for anyone who has played the Dishonored games, this is an arc mine. It is if someone gets close to it, it emits an electric shock, and it will either, depending on the level of the shock, knock them out or disintegrate them.
Unfortunately, that's a fortune roll, because I have unreliable on this.
That is correct.
Feel like we can work with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have a few ideas.
Well, just in case we don't disintegrate this person, do we want to maybe get one of those lockers open to have something to do with the body so we don't raise suspicion in case anyone visits this person in their office?
You locked
Yeah,
the
sure.
office door.
I mean, that also just works
I
fine.
guess.
You put
They-
out for 15 minutes sign that just never goes away.
Yeah, they probably have a lunch sign, right?
I'm sure.
We'll
Can do
throw
that.
them out. We'll throw them out the skylight. Another option.
Typically with these people, unless it's a higher ranking individual than Cat Mask in there, no one's going to bother them for any reason.
Nah, we're about to
Okay.
leave them in the
Unless
office.
it's an
It'll be
emergency.
fine.
Yeah.
I think we
Okay.
can. If we're worried, there might even be a closet in his office too. You never know.
True.
Mhm.
Very fair.
Because we could do all of the above.
So, is that what we're starting with?
I think
He hands
will.
the shock collar to you.
mhm. I'm okay stepping away as I try to figure out how I'm going to approach this guy. If y'all want to go ahead and go down the factory floor.
I am firmly at Tristaro's side.
Yeah, there's no. Wick doesn't care. Everyone else will not leave you alone.
No single person trips for Tristaro.
Did too poorly, too many
I
other times.
I will
We've
say
seen
it will
those
be
go bad.
very suspicious if 5 people pop up near the door and say, and
You
try to
don't
break
all
either break.
open the door.
No.
That's what the
5
collar's for.
Mhm.
One person
Exactly.
open the door, throw it in, done.
Well, what kind of roll would I need? Would that be a finesse roll? Just out of curiosity.
That'd be a finesse roll to aim it, and then it's a fortune roll to see how well it does, based on the item's quality.
Mhm.
It is high quality.
It is a high quality item, because Wick is a very good inventor.
Sure he is. But yeah, Tristaro's just gonna kind of stride forward, fully decked out in the uniform, and gonna knock on the door real quick instead of checking it to see if it's locked. Because
You do a quick knock on the door, to which a voice, kind of a low register feminine voice comes from the other side. Don't think I had any meetings today. Who is it?
came to give you an update. Something that's got passed along is about the new crew that threw the party a few while back. They've been making some moves on some of our warehouses. Also, do I recognize that voice at all?
No.
Okay, good.
Right. Come in.
Mm-hmm. And open the door and just act to step in, and then immediately quick observation, does the desk have like a little gap underneath?
Not at the front.
Not the front. Man, be great if hockey was an actual thing. I'm going to step in and sling the shock collar to the side of the wall and try to get it to pop up and slide right behind where the fox person is, and hopefully that will set it off. Cat person is.
Yep.
Why do I think
All
fox?
Right. So, it's fair. I did contemplate fox, but such is the way. Go ahead. So, first things first, give me a finesse roll.
What's my position?
We're in risky standard right now.
Cool.
Because that was we are in risky standard, so if you want to go to desperate great, that's on you, mate.
You know, for once in my life, I am not going to do that.
So proud of you. So
Character
proud of her.
growth.
Here.
Such
Ever.
restraint from Tristaro today.
Celebration
However-
in the chat,
Gross.
please.
However, what's my devil's bargain?
There you
That
go.
will
There it
never
is.
change.
There we
Waiting for
go.
the other shoe to
Expected.
drop.
The devil's bargain. Devil's bargain here is that stepping inside, you miscalculate how heavy the door is, and it closes behind you. So you're in there with the shock. Also.
No, I got too much shit to do. No. I'm 0 for 2 on this, but I am going to push myself then.
All right, take the 2 stress.
Yep.
My question is not for you then, it's for Wick.
Hi.
Wick, are you gonna take the 3 stress to tune this thing for Ember Death?
Oh, in case it murders them.
In the event that this thing, because as assassins, one of the things with the damned is they have an ability called Ember Death, which is when they kill someone, if they want to take the extra stress for it, they can not just kill the body, but the entire soul as well, to prevent a ghost. But it takes 3 stress. So what I'm asking is, Wick gonna take the stress to tune this thing for Ember Death?
This is the one person in this building I would do it for. So yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Cool.
So, all right.
That's a 6.
Let's give that finesse. That is a 6. Very nice. So you
Incredible.
open the door. It basically, you throw it. It kind of hits the wall to the side. Off the wall, bounces, slides directly next to their chair. And then you start to hear and like pull the door closed. And now I need a fortune roll from you. 4 dice, because it is a tier 4 item. Holy shit.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi!
Thank you so much for the gift subs. Chat's haunted.
Chat is haunted, which,
Chat's
I mean,
haunted.
it's Duskfall. It's
Yeah.
Duskfall, that's
Good.
unsurprising. All right, so I need a 4 dice, tier 4 fortune roll. That is a 6. So,
Wow.
the question here for Wick is, you made this thing, it is, volatile, unstable kind of thing. Was it built to kill, or was it built to knock out?
This one is built to knock out.
Okay, in which case, a good fortune roll means it doesn't kill them. This one
Excellent.
hits the deck. You hear like a minor electrical explosion that seems to go off, and then you hear a boom of someone's head hitting the desk.
All right, I'm gonna go in.
All right. You after the shot goes off, you go in. Inside, you see the person in the cat mask, unconscious, supposedly anyway, given that the mask is still on their face, on the desk, kind of just like every 3 seconds, like twitching a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's electricity going through their veins, and causing their nerves and their muscles to spasm. I assume the rest of you follow behind.
I was there, and I still feel kind of strongly about hiding the body, even though we'll probably go ahead and lock the door as well.
Okay.
I feel like both is a good idea.
Both is good.
Both is good.
Tristaro's gonna turn to Wick and say, "Do you take ordered forms?"
Like commissions? Is that
Yeah,
what
like
you're asking for?
commissions. Yeah.
Wick is answering as he's picking up the shot collar. That's mine now.
Yep.
I mean, if you pay, sure. Take it up with Echo.
Okay.
It's actually the better. Like, yeah. Depends on what you're asking for, but yeah.
I like this. This is fun.
Oh, you don't want this one. You're lucky it worked.
Okay, fair.
Also, I don't think you want to use it for fun. Just in case that was.
No, you want a much lower grade one for fun. Which I
Well-
can make. They're not fun to me. But
I mean, I'm just imagining just like
While this is happening, Mort has picked up the body, has gone into the closet, has kind of gently laid it inside.
taking the mask real quick and just check
Yep.
the pockets. As we
I was
do
gonna
it.
say I had the
Yeah.
forethought to grab the cat mask as well and hand it to Tristaro.
So you take the mask. As you take the mask off, underneath you see a kind of, I say, in her about mid-30s aged woman, pretty scarred up across not just her face but her body in general. In terms of she looks like she's seen a fight or two, to say the least. And the fact that she came away with scars and not death speaks well probably to her abilities. But taking the mask off, you kind of take that, hand that to Tristaro, as well as kind of go through her pockets real quick. In her pockets, you don't really find anything other than you're like, oh, that's a nice fountain pen. Put that aside. But otherwise, kind of just yeet her into the closet, close the door, and are you barring the door with a chair or something, or?
Yeah, for right now, and I'm gonna just say we should probably have everyone stay down as I switch off the mask and just look, because there are windows all around the office, right?
Around the office, there's a skylight.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind then.
All right, great.
Never mind then. But yeah, barring the door. Is the cat mask a spirit mask in any sense, way, or form?
Not that you can tell.
Hey, Crow, is this a spirit mask?
I will see. Yeah, hand it to me.
Yeah.
Can I make an attune roll and see if it is?
I would say this isn't even a roll. This is just you
Okay.
kind of looking over it. It is not a spirit mask. It could be, after some ritualism and some kind of marking up with the arcanes. It's made out of high enough grade material, kind of a thing, that it could be used in that manner. But otherwise, it appears to just be a very nicely made mask.
If you left me alone with it for a while, I could make it into one for you, but right now it's just a cat.
Okay.
Seems very weird that without any other utility to this mask that this person would be wearing it inside their office alone. Is that not? It seems like they're very bought into this mask thing if this person is just wearing it by themselves. I'm just saying, it seems weird to me.
Asher is scouring this room, by the way, while all of this
Mhm.
is happening. Just
Also
kind of
helping out with that.
I mean,
just gonna start looking around.
I mean,
Yeah,
to be fair, while I was with the flock, we wore our masks at all times while we were in the clock tower.
Hmm.
It was just something in case something were to happen, better to have it on than to not have it on.
Mhm.
I
It
suppose.
also could just be this person likes to be a cat.
But completely fair.
Wait, question. Is Echo a cat person? Out of curiosity.
Wick.
Eh,
My cat person?
No,
Yeah.
is Echo a cat person?
Oh, is Echo a cat person?
Joy of answering that.
I mean, I'm barely a people person. So, like, you expect me to know this?
Yeah, fair.
Like, don't get me wrong, Echo is probably the only person that I can stand to, like, any capacity. But we don't exactly keep pets.
More, I just wanted to know if Echo would like something like this.
I mean, it's a souvenir, so obviously
Okay,
we
cool.
usually pick up something from every job.
Cool. Good to know.
And they don't commonly go on jobs anymore, so less souvenirs.
Mm-hmm. Gonna start digging through the desk with Asher.
I'm going through most of the office. If there's anything
yeah.
else, I'm also.
So the two of you kind of going through the desk real quick, not just the desk, but the office. Asher, being Asher and the specter that she is able to find the safe behind the painting. And you know, the first place that she's looking, she's like, "Ooh, painting. Did they? They did. God, the bozos, they all do this. There are better places to hide this.
Predictable at this point. Come on.
Try the floorboards, or like inside a globe, or something else. Keep me on my toes."
Give me something new. I need a challenge at some point.
So you're gonna try to open the safe.
Oh, 100%.
For Tristaro going through the desk, I think Tristaro, I just want an up and down. I want an up and down fortune roll using your crew's tier. So that's y'all are tier 1 stronghold. So it's going to be a 1-die fortune roll. For our lovely specter, that's going to be a finesse roll to open them.
Hey!
That is a 6. All right, up and down
Nice.
fortune.
Gracious.
Going through all these good rolls.
I'm getting nervous about how good these rolls are.
We haven't even gotten to the bomb yet.
I know.
We
I am
haven't even
concerned.
stolen the pyro yet.
Yep.
Nope. Going through the desk, you're able to find a variety of documents, things that look important. You don't have time to read them right now, everything considered. But these might go a long way towards helping you with your usual downtime activity of trying to find out more. And for what that means for your sake is if in your downtime you want to, you know, continue to look into distribution, things like that, it'll give you a bonus die. So go ahead and take those. As for a 6, you didn't even ask for anything.
I debated.
All right.
I spent my entire time debating, and I was like, whatever, let's just try it.
All right, so a 6. Again, no consequence here. You just kind of clink, boom, opens into it, and inside, I'm going to do a fortune roll to see how much is in here. So let's go ahead and do that. Just gonna roll a 2-die fortune roll. Yeah, this is a 5. Okay. So inside of this, Asher, you're able to find about 2 coin worth of money. So, you know,
Sweet.
good to have. As well as what appears to be like a small rack of like the test tube vial rack. It's like half full with like 3 vials of pyro. At least it looks like pyro.
This is Vault Pyro, though. This is gonna be... I grab those for sure. Because
Gotta
I
be
feel...
the good stuff, right?
This is a present for Archie, because Archie, I think, is gonna have a field day with these ones, so...
Right. So, in your notes, put pyro question mark next to it.
And there's 3
Anyway.
of those, yeah?
3 vials. Yes.
So I got that and I grabbed the coin. Perfect.
Yes. All right. Yep. You grab 2 coin and 3 vials, and the person's in the closet. The stuff's been pulled out of the desk. Crow and Wick have just kind of been like sitting there thumb wrestling, waiting for y'all to finish.
But we're using the ghost field to do that.
Yeah, we're just
Right.
we're having a like rock paper scissors, but in the ghost field.
Like a metaphysical is this is like the equivalent of like teaching the things you do when you're like first teaching whispers and things, like the very basics. This is a game that Echo taught Wick because they got bored. So is the equivalent of it's effectively rock paper scissors in the ghost field, that it doesn't have enough power behind it, but if you did it wrong with more power behind it, that you potentially like break someone's brain with. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so vials acquired. Things are going very smoothly for you so far. What would you like to do next?
Make our
Do we,
descent.
There we go.
yeah. Do we want to split and have some of us go and steal pyro while some of us head down further to start working on the bomb?
That's what I was starting to figure. It may not make sense if all 5 of us are together the entire time. It's going to start looking a bit suspicious. But I figure if Crow and I go and get the pyro specifically, and then we just walk out the door, or we go back through the skylight, I don't know which. We'll figure out that as we come into it, or if we get absolutely buggered, then we can just, do Crow's usual ghosty stuff and kind of figure that out.
I have
but
a key.
Perfect. The 3 of you probably best, mostly because Wax needs somebody to watch over him, so that's gonna be Mouth's job, and therefore, and actually, really, there's just a lot of work on Mouth because he's also gonna make sure that nothing happens to Wick, so that way a bomb goes into place and everything's fine.
Sounds good to me. You won't need my help with the carrying the cases of pyro. I don't know how big the cases are.
2 of us, and they're just 12 vials in each of them. They're gonna be small.
Okay. All right.
Truth be
Donut
told,
box.
if each
That's a
of us
good
grab
idea then.
one, we're probably fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just in case anything happens to either of us then too. If we split up that way, it's not so bad.
And plus, you 2 are probably the fastest to get out of here.
I can become a shadow, so it does tend to help.
Yeah.
So if we need to, even between the 2 of us, we can split out if we had to.
Yeah.
And find a different way out.
You
Thank
might
for the
not.
concern.
Yeah, you might not need this, but one of y'all should take the cat mask. Try to at least look imposing that way.
Do either of us look anything physicality-wise like the person in the cat mask?
We're both smaller.
I was gonna say, I think we're both short.
Yeah, we're both short. Yeah.
You're both about a half foot short. And the unfortunate thing is with this is that Tristaro and Wick are too much twink, and Mort is far too large.
Never mind.
Perfect.
There is no Goldilocks solution.
No. Goldilocks and the 3 Masks. It's a new bedtime story.
Right here in
No.
Deskfall.
Right here, right now in River City. So, we're going to be making our way out onto the catwalk and then down into the proper warehouse.
Yeah.
Stepping out of the hallway onto the catwalk, you are immediately struck by the smell and the sight. The lights here burn blue, almost like they're using the pyro more as fuel instead of the Leviathan blood to keep the lights on. It gives a pallid wash to the warehouse, which in and of itself, the warehouse, from the catwalk looking down, there's a lot of people here. As I said, at any one time, maybe 20 to 25 in a given space. If the lockers are anything to go by, it's 2 to 3 shifts, and each shift is 24 people. Well, makes sense. In any case, there's something about the air, something about the way it feels. It's the combination of the sweat of everyone, all the work that they're doing in here, mixed with something acrid, acidic, something that smells just a little bit between like the brusque sea salt air mixed just vaguely with kerosene. The noise is also nothing to sneeze at. People seem to be constantly murmuring, and there are machines that seem to be operating. The machines that seem to be operating seem to be some kind of distillery, something probably the pyro's actually being distilled through. But everyone else around the facility seems to be performing various jobs. There's lines of ghosts bottling the stuff. There are ghouls that seem to be kind of patrolling around, gremlins that are occasionally giving orders and overseeing like certain areas, procedures. Beyond that, the like I said, the general majority of the ghosts do seem to be caught up with the actual bottling. There seem to be a handful that are specific tinkers that kind of look over the distillery and seem to be keeping that in operating condition, and others that seem to do with packaging and the likes, putting the various vials into boxes. But there's always some kind of constant talk, as well as the clank of steam and machines, the harsh whistle, constant footsteps. As you step onto the catwalk, I need a group consort roll from all of you for the various kinds of, let's just call it the impression you're making as they come in, not to arouse suspicion to see 5 individuals coming out at a potentially strange time right onto the catwalk. So give me a group consort roll. That is a 3 from, well, first off, before even that, we have to decide who's taking the stress for it.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot, sorry.
Probably me. I've only got one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I think I can take this one for the team.
Yeah, we'll go to Asher for the stress then. So that's a 3, a 6, a 6. A 6. No, a 3.
3.
A 3.
Jesus.
That's all of it. So you will
3
take
stress.
3 stress. However, we do get to still take the 6.
Golly.
Which means that
Too bad it doesn't
in
count
this
as a crit.
case, doesn't count as a crit though, because it's 2 separate 6s in 2 different places.
Thank you both,
Um,
though.
Mm-hmm.
Stepping onto it, you're able to avoid arousing any suspicion well enough, luckily, which means that I'm not ticking another thing in the clock for being discovered. But looking through and down, there is, of course, the various stairways, the metal stairways down into the floor. What are we doing? Where are we going? And how are we going about it?
I'm curious as to what they're doing different because it shouldn't smell this much like the sea to me. Would it be appropriate to say that in a flashback, Archie showed me his process of how to make Formula 451? And can I look for a difference in what they've done and see what they're doing differently, especially for a massive production?
Sure. I'm going to call that a study roll.
Okay.
But yeah, for the flashback for Archie showing you, I'm going to say take a stress for that.
Yep.
But I can definitely say that Archie has shown you how he made Formula 451, at least at base. Like, he didn't make it. Like, he didn't go through the full process, but he showed you kind of the basics of it and talked you through the basic ideas.
Yeah.
But yeah. Give me a study
could
roll,
could I help because I, work in the lab?
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
yes.
I will also take a stress then. And
Take
add
one
it
stress.
Excellent.
And,
Yeah.
Cool.
This bonus die for you.
Thank you. All right. I'll stay risky standard for this one.
Risky standard. All right, and
Just
you're not
'cause I
even
wanna
going for
low.
the devil's bargain.
Yeah.
Okay, so a 4. For what they're doing differently here, the reason it smells like the sea. Interestingly enough, the basis for pyro is one. If you're familiar with the drug spark, is kind of you take spark and you refine it down again and again until it basically becomes less like a powder and more like a crystal. And then you take that crystal and you diffuse it in boiling Leviathan blood for a while. At which point, after you've boiled the Leviathan blood off, it kind of goes through whatever that thing is that goes up like that and then drips, you know what I'm talking about in terms of that into until it's done all of that into a new container, at which point you freeze it. Except you get it down to freezing to 0 degrees centigrade, but it doesn't freeze. It turns blue. And then it becomes shelf stable. At least as shelf stable as pyro gets. From what you can tell, for what they're doing differently with your role, is that they seem to have added a process in there into the distilling section, specifically, again, with the flask that goes from... again, never know what it's called. An alembic. Thank you to the chat. Where they seem to have it be passing through a second alembic almost, where it goes the lower orb into a smaller upper orb. And in the smaller upper orb is contained salt water to a certain percentage. You're not sure, but it seems to be salt water that it passes through and then carries on through there.
Okay. Cool.
But your consequence here with the 4 is that in order to observe this, you had to get down there and get up to it. And it's a little suspicious to have someone kind of just staring at the machine trying to work it out. So your consequence is 2 ticks on the detection thing unless you try to resist it with insight.
No, I'm good.
Okay. We're going to just
Yep.
pick it
I'm
up
good.
2 more times.
Yep.
All right. Very good. Great. Moving on. So you went to kind of inspect the machine down there, and I believe Mort and Wick were sticking with you while
Yes.
our impersonating ghosts were going somewhere else. Why don't we start with Asher and Crow?
So, making our way down, what you had said was the ghosts primarily seem to be working on kind of bottling, some tinkering, and then others are dealing with the packaging aspect, correct?
Yep. Majority of the ghosts seem to be on bottling and packaging. There's like a handful of 4 that are seem to deal with the machinery portion of this.
At the packaging stage, is there anybody who's moving the packages to a drop off, a point where they're going to be transported?
It's kind of like the packaging stage is they get into racks of 6 basically. And then those racks of 6 are put into I don't know if there's a great descriptor, like a long box kind of a thing. Kind of akin to a shoebox, honestly, is probably the best.
Okay.
And they're basically racked up along through the shoebox with soft dividers between them and a soft divider on top. And so each box contains about 6 racks of 6, so 36 vials, all told. And again, it's about a shoebox size. So
So we would only need to take one box, not two then, yeah? To get all that we need?
How do we want to do this?
Were there order forms back in the office, or like where stuff is being sent to?
You did not have time to read any of that.
Okay.
I mean, we could always just, like, see when they are moving them from, like, the packaging table to where they are being placed for delivery. We could just enter that part of the cycle and take them.
Yeah, let's do that. And if need be, what we can just do is I grab a box, I go shadow, and we meet outside the door.
Yeah, I can make a distraction. It is not impossible.
Oh yeah, no, let's actually do that. Can we make it just? Can we make something just not like blow up, but like just something break? We can make something break, right?
I could try.
Let's make something break.
Try.
But not like
Okay.
super explosively break. Like we just, I don't know, gets people away. Yes.
Okay.
You contemplate how you're going to do that
Yeah.
while we look at our other three who are going somewhere else. The three of you, you're relatively well disguised at this juncture. And you're trying to make your way down to the below, right? Now, as far as you can tell, as far as you can tell, there is, based on the plans, there should just be stairs somewhere around here to the basement. You don't see any. There should be stairs kind of in the back-ish area that would have guardrails around it, and then you can just walk down into the basement area. You don't see a staircase anywhere. If there was a staircase, it has been like covered over with something.
I feel like I want to pull Wax aside and just say, like, maybe we use some of our authority here to grab a ghost and tell them to go grab something from the basement.
That would be probably one of the better ideas. What are the chances the blueprints on this are actually reversed? Like it's just on the opposite side of where the basement should be.
No idea what the odds of that would be.
Yeah. Actually, give me one moment.
You can see the whole floor. You were on the catwalk. You just didn't see stairs down.
Like it looks exactly the same, except there's not stairs where there should be stairs.
Mm-hmm. I feel like talking to people, especially in our position, is going to put us in a tougher spot. I would like to see if we can. That's not a discreet way to. Yeah, let's go with your plan.
Do you know what if anything would be kept in the basement that we could ask someone to retrieve without being conspicuous?
In the basement would probably be more lab equipment. So if something is broken or something could be broken, we could find not documents. It's not this kind of place. Maybe we should try to just look a little bit closely, see if we can notice anything out of place. What do you think, Wick?
You're wearing the fucking gremlin mask. Ask a ghost where the basement is. If they don't know, go to a ghoul. And then do it when we're not around, so there's not two ghouls with you who should be able to answer this question.
Fine. All right. I'm going to basically make a motion to look like I'm telling you two to head off somewhere. And by that, I mean, meet me on the ground floor eventually.
Okay.
And I'm going to go up to one of the ghouls who's orchestrating everything and just say, "You, hey, I was told to go down into the basement. I have never gone down into the basement. Where's the basement?"
Who's telling you to go to the basement?
Who do you think? I make eyes up at the office.
Oh. All right. Go ahead and give me a. You think sway or command for this?
I would say Tristaro is definitely moving towards sway.
Okay. All right, Wax. Give me a sway roll.
What would a devil's bargain in this look like?
A devil's bargain. He's going with you to show you how to get there.
That's fine. Yeah. Risky standard.
Risky standard.
I will stick with that, and I will take the +1 die for 3. I'll take a 5.
5. Yeah. The consequence for you to resist here is another tick in the detection clock, because it's weird that a gremlin wouldn't know where the basement is.
I'll take the tick, but I'll just say, look, whenever that popped up, I always just sent someone else.
Why are you not sending someone else now?
You are the someone else.
Oh. Right. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Come with me. Come with me. And he starts leading you over vaguely to where the plans show where the basement should be, where the stairs should be. And you get over there, and there's like a blank floor, basically. And he kind of like, reaches out and he kind of like stomps twice, and it's almost like an illusion disappears over where the basement like should be, but it's more like what's the kind, the trick theater door, kind of a thing. It kind of disappears where it was blending in perfectly with the flooring before. Now there is a set of stairs.
All right.
And, come on. And he kind of leads you down the stairs.
And Wick taps Mort, because Wick has not taken his eyes off of Wax, and then just follows by.
Yep.
All right. So y'all coming up behind, making your way down into the basement. As you kind of descend down there, Spectre and Crow have been kind of like back and forth, and like, okay.
Adding our own murmurs. There's murmurs in the room. We're adding to it.
So, what's the plan?
Crow, go for it. You start this. I just clean up.
Yeah. I would like to use the compel ability to summon a ghost or a demon or something to like crack the holding container, so that everyone who is doing the bottling and packaging like has to leave to fix it.
So when you say you want to crack the container that holds the stuff that they're putting in the bottles, right? The thing with the faucet that they're using to put it into the, and you're going to compel a ghost to do that.
Yes.
Make me an attune roll.
Because otherwise I'd be doing it physically and it would be bad. I have 0 physical traits.
Yeah. The Crow is not the one to get physical.
No.
Not unless Skurlock's involved anyway.
I'm with Woof.
Or Asher that one time.
True. They were gonna figure something out. Risky standard, yeah?
Risky standard. Unless you want to push it.
I don't know that I want to when we still have to steal something and set a bomb. Do you have a devil's bargain for me?
Devil's bargain. Yeah, you might get more than one.
Okay. I will take that. Every time I do this, I take the same.
Here's the thing: you might get more than one, but you can only actually compel one to act for you. The other one wouldn't be under your control.
Yeah. I mean, part of this is that Crow wants to get as many people out of this like area as possible, and if there are 2 ghosts or other things running around, more people are likely to leave. So that's actually not entirely bad for Crow's overall goals. It will just be more dangerous.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. That was very bad.
Ooh.
You got a
Still
4.
a 4.
4's the only one that
Still a
matters.
4.
Still a 4.
Wow.
It's
For the chat.
It's got a consequence, you know.
For the chat, it's a 3-4-2-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I didn't fail entirely.
You did not fail. So here's what we're gonna say is your consequence here to resist is compelling things in the ghost field is, especially in a place like this, is patently perhaps noticeable. It's 2 ticks on the detection, unless you want to resist that.
What will I be resisting with?
Insight.
What are we at?
You're halfway there.
Only halfway there.
We'll have three things left if with this.
So if I get it ticked, we'll have 3 left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to give them the best shot they have of getting that bomb placed, so I will resist it.
All right, give me an insight resist. Take 1 stress. You rolled a 5. Very nice. All right. So you reach out into the ghost field and start compelling a ghost to arrive. And it does. But it appears to be pulling something else with it, is the thing. As it goes. You feel another and another and maybe another. The first ghost who shows up, though, is remarkably memorable and recognizable. There's a brief pause as a kind of it's almost like fog rolling into a building. And then is kind of, and you already kind of have that command in place of like, I need you to crack the glass here. To just it doesn't have to break, it just has to crack. Give them this distraction. And as the first one comes through, there's an old man comes in, and this time, he comes in, he's got his cigarette, he's doing what he does best. He kind of rolls in, and as he does this time, he's actually got a cane with him. And as he rolls in, he's like, "You whippersnappers, get off my lawn!" And he comes in, and he's just waving the cane around and just racks right into the glass, like a spider web of cracks. Starts to kind of "You fuckers! What the fuck are you doing? Messing around with your weird juice? You think Apparently my voice is such that Skype thinks I'm playing music. Anyway, you assholes, you little shits. And he just starts like chasing one of the, not the ghosts like that are coming in, but one of the ghosts with a mask as the rank, just starts like chasing it around. The kid, whoever's behind this mask, a kid, adult, just doesn't know what the fuck to do and just like bolts. Just starts like fucking going. Meanwhile, some of the other ones are like, what the fuck is going on? And you see like a ghoul who is on patrol kind of is like, shit, comes down, like starts pulling an arm back, and you see like an armband that's got a couple of like arcane charms around it, and as they do, they kind of whip a little bit, and a little bit of like fire spirals around their fingers as they do. Is like, all right, hold on, we gotta deal with fucking exorcism apparently. And as he's saying that, another ghost kind of breaks through, and this ghost is just there's it's a man, maybe in his middle ages, missing half of his face, just gone. What you can see of his brain is kind of leaking out. He's wearing military garb that is stained, battered, and bruised. And in his hands, he's holding a pistol, and he's kind of just, he's got that look in his eye that's like, I'm not really here. I'm still on the battlefield. And he starts kind of, and like gunshots, but like ghost gunshots, so not really gonna do physical damage here unless he's compelled to. Just noise and perhaps maybe damage to someone's spirit in the ghost field, but not like, it's not gonna physically break anything or set off any of the pyro, maybe being the second one. But as that one kind of comes through, there's another one that breaks through. This one is a younger man, maybe in his 20s. His eyes are those eyes of someone who has seen too much too quickly. He just kind of walks the warehouse, just starts walking, looks at the pyro, looks at the people. You see that he, like, the recognition of everything around him. His eyes kind of cast down to the floor like he's looking at someone. And he shrugs. He leaves on his own. And the way he leaves is as though he was set on fire. You watch the ghost burn away. Nothing. And then one last small breakthrough comes through. One last ghost. Just through the barest hint of the ghost field. Barely a presence. Is a little girl. No older than 8. Comes in. And she comes in. She's just skipping on a jump rope. And as she's going, she's just going, and she's just seems to be saying a rhyme as she goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, the demons at your door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Better take your pills before it's too late. 9, 10, 11, 12. The pyros burn the city's delves. 13, 14, 15, 16. And we start again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good. Good job.
And there's some chaos kind of going now with all of these ghosts. 3 of them, since the one seemed to have left on their own. And like 2 of the other ghouls are like, what the fuck? And are like, they don't have the bracelets, but you see them like pulling out fire. And like the one gremlin who was here, who was like on oversight of everything, is like, what in the blue place it fuckity? And he like, you see him like pull out, like a vial of pyro on a syringe and like stick it in his neck. And basically go into his neck with it. Sounds a little like a gas compress, kind of releasing into his vein as he does. And he also pulls out a gun, but the gun that he pulls out doesn't look like your normal flintlock. You see that it seems to be loaded slightly in the back casing with a vial of pyro. Use it for the ignition instead of a normal like flintlock Flinton. So in this case, it's able to fire more than one bullet at a time without having to have the flint reset and things.
Oh.
And there's utter chaos. Back to the basement. Our three bomb-toting individuals. One is at the front is Tristaro with this ghoul. The ghoul being the second rank with the mask. Kind of ahead with Wick and Mort kind of following up quietly behind. So you get down to the basement, and as you do, the person who's with you. So what did you need from down here?
Well, I was just told to come down here, and I would know when I see it. Apparently, the boss just wants me to pick something up. And I'm going to kind of. Do we hear the noise the entire time coming from upstairs?
You're starting to.
Yeah. What the fuck is that noise? What the fuck is going on up there?
I don't know. Sounds like something's maybe. Maybe we might want to come back down here later. We should go check that out.
Yeah. Go ahead and let's go ahead and get going. And as soon as they turn around, I'm going to declare a blade, and I'm going to. Oh, what's up, Wick?
So I've been putting on my shot glove this whole time, Jaimie.
Mm-hmm.
You just have put on fucking shot glove.
And as soon as he turns around,
you're just gonna immediately just. Okay.
Yep.
Let me check. So
So-
fucking Tristaro probably had a plan to like knock this guy out, and just immediately turns around.
yeah. So tier 4 and volatile.
Yes, it is a tier 4 volatile creation. So the side effect here being that it is volatile, the troublesome side effect being that it shocks you too.
Yeah.
Just not as much to a degree, which would be a level 1 harm to you, which can be
Yeah.
resisted. Don't forget.
Yep.
But let's start with our lovely shocking grasp, as they say, to use it. And I guess that's probably a skirmish roll, unless you're
Yep.
really trying to fuck this guy up, then it's a wreck.
Do you need a-
Well,
Do you need an aid?
Wick is unstable, so I think it's a wreck.
It is a wreck. Okay. Do you
Um,
need an aid? As in, do you want Mort or Tristaro to help you here?
So I'm already at 4 dice, so it's however you're feeling.
No. In fact, I would probably, as I turn around, see you about to pull out a certain knife and then immediately put it away and just step back further.
Hey, I don't know anything about that. I'm moving on. 5.
5. Okay. So you've got 2 side effects that you have to resist here.
Yep.
One is the volatile side effect of the glove itself, shocking you. The second side effect is the loud noise this man is going to make when he gets electrocuted. Being more on the detection chart.
What
The second one I can help out with.
The harm is a prowess resist.
Yeah.
The noise is, given the nature of this, I would probably say a insight resist.
Okay. And level 1 harm is just less effect.
Yes.
Wick will take the harm, and then I'll do the insight resist.
I can aid with that if you would like.
Sure.
All right. So, you don't take a stress for that because of your ability, I believe,
Yep.
Tristaro.
Yeah.
And then, so bonus die on the. So you'll take the harm, but you are going to resist the. Okay. So So give me that is a
Oh,
4, so you take 2
goodness.
stress.
Okay.
Wowza.
I
Sure.
can't do anything now.
Yeah.
I got you.
I'm Mort, in addition to Tristaro having like slowly putting the knife back, Mort is like has like a crowbar that he was in process of pulling out. Just okay, never mind. that works.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Oh,
Okay.
and the foresight asks you how to prepare for this. I think it's just Tristaro, before the guy screams, just puts uses a knife as like a barrier and just cuts through the throat. Ends the guy immediately as soon as he gets shocked.
Which is probably the smart move because with the shock glove at the wreck level, basically fried this guy from the nerves to the brainstem, and burned out his nervous system, which would have been incredibly painful and loud, but for that. So, and you see the body smoking fall to the floor as Wick kind of flexes the glove.
Cool.
Back to business. I believe upstairs is your companions.
Yeah, sounds like Crow ordered a party to improve morale.
Hmm.
Any obvious like open crate or something nearby that I can dump this body in?
In terms of like obvious open crates, down here in the basement, sure, there's open crates. They just have things in them.
Great.
So if you want to take this and take the body, and you kind of go, that smells uncomfortably like bacon. And then you kind of pick it up, and you're like, you find an open crate, and you're like, okay, and you kind of got to wedge it between some machinery and like stomp it down in there, and there's a little bit. And as you do, you kind of hear a slight gush as kind of the head kind of cracks against one of the metal, but it gets in there, and then you kind of put the top on and forget about it.
I can get most of the way through, put the top on, and then just kind of like sit on it, get it to close all the way.
Yep, it's just all right. Great. Moving on. Welcome to the basement. It is largely made up of crates, boxes, and kind of those keystone pillars that are like, about the size of a person in terms of like width and a little taller than a person in height, kind of scattered across the place. You know where the bomb is supposed to go. It's supposed to go in the middle, on the middle post, which is not difficult. What is the difficult is now that it is set, Wick. It's time for you to tinker to set this bomb to go.
Yep.
I can give you another aid if you would like.
Okay, so my effect is going to be less.
Yes, you are currently at risky less effect.
So I'm going to do Desperate Standard.
Desperate Standard. And then you're going to get a bonus die from Tristaro.
Yep, foresight of just walk me through how the bomb works.
And Devil's Bargain.
The Devil's Bargain here is that the Devil's Bargain here let me double check the stats on this bomb that you have made. Yeah, the Devil's Bargain here is that you can 100% ensure that the bomb goes off and that it will not be a dud by halving the time that it is going to go.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm entertained by that.
Yeah. Wick would take
All right.
it.
Yeah.
Cool. You all have 5 minutes to get out instead of 10.
Excellent. Instead of while I'm working with Wick on prepping the bomb, I'm gonna ask Mort if he can do a quick search of the room and pop open some crates, see what's in there, take it out.
All right.
Sure. I'm cracking boxes. Yeah, absolutely. I have a crowbar anyway. Incredible. Wow,
That
Two,
is a
4,
6.
4, 6.
that could have gone so bad.
It could have gone so poorly. So you sit down and tinker that bomb. And it's actually good that Tristaro's there, and you start talking out loud because you realize that the way that you've made this bomb and the way things are going to go is that there was a chance that it just wasn't going to go off, just because of the volatile nature of it. That it was going to just something to do with the igniter, as it were, and the kind of nature of the finicky nature of that. However, what you can do is now you can ensure that this bomb is going to go off under its own power and not need to be shot by someone, i.e. manually detonated. But in order to do that, you had to shorten the fuse. And so in shortening the fuse, you set it all up. And then as you do, Mort, you're going through crates. I'm not going to require a roll for this. They're just crates. You can open them, look inside, be like, what's in here? And kind of going through the crate, you're like, machinery. That looks familiar. You kind of pull out a piece of basically a material that is very recognizable to you. Not just to you, but probably most of y'all except maybe Crow. It appears to be let's call it a cheap knockoff replica of the thing that you got from the Dimmer sisters for Archie.
Oh, the distiller?
The distillery.
Yeah, the arcane distillery.
Yeah.
Yeah. It appears to be like a cheap knockoff version. Like someone stole the design without understanding how it worked.
Okay, interesting.
You kind of look at that and go, that's and put that back. Unless you want to take it, I guess. All in all, though, going through the crates, you're able to find, like, probably if you wanted to scrounge in there, like a coin's worth of copper you could sell.
Mort, out of the group, I think Mort is the least concerned about money, so probably not. I feel like I'll probably hold on to this distillery.
Okay.
And if lowest priority, if anything else demands my attention, I'm dropping this thing like a sack of bricks. But
Absolutely.
for now, at least I'll try and hang on to it.
It is kind of like just awkward. It's not bulky,
Right.
It's not heavy, but it is like yay big. So like you can't like shove it in a bag or anything. You can just kind of carry it. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'll carry it unless something more demanding comes up. Yeah.
So you kind of pull that out. And in the box it's in, you see that there's like a couple more, like this just an equipment thing in here. As you kind of are doing that, Wick, kind of you finish the bomb and you're like just about to set it. Like the timer is about to start.
Ready? 5 minutes.
5? I thought you said 10.
5. You want it to work? 5.
Yep, we're going with 5.
Okay. Okay.
You want a head start? You can go.
I mean, no, just do it and let's go together. Just do
Okay, it's done. Go.
And then you hear it. There's a little. You hear it as a slight spark as two things are basically. It's kind of like a needle falls into place, and as it does, the clock that is on the front of it starts to. Except instead of the normal clock of like a second being tick, tick, you hear a tick, 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 like it's going like just it's going. You're getting 2 ticks for every second.
Oh,
Nice.
and just because that's annoying, I'm gonna put in my earplugs.
Okay. Wick can no longer hear any of you.
And is going.
And is leaving. The only thing that Wick can hear now is the ghost field.
Oh, okay.
Moving back up to the first floor of the warehouse where ghosts are kind of going wild. That is a hearty distraction, shall we say, as the people involved, you see the ghouls in charge. A lot of the ghosts have kind of scattered. They haven't left, but they have scattered into various places as the ghouls are like trying to handle the situation, and the gremlin is like fire up an arm coming down, kind of like trying to expel these ghosts. And you see that basically there's a battle happening over there that seems to have taken manpower and distraction. No one is leaving, but they are dealing with the ghosts, so this is your chance.
Yeah. Asher Spectre just kind of looks around, sees where's the closest like shoebox effectively that I could like realistically go pick up, and then ghost become my own ghost and start shadowing out of this place.
Okay, so you're gonna grab the closest shoebox you can find, and then do your thing and go invisible. Let's take a look at Asher's abilities. Ghost Veil.
Pretty
Shift
much.
partially in a ghost field. It's 2 stress immediately, and then an additional one for every feature beyond it lasting more than a few seconds, a few minutes. Invisible rather than shadow, and floating rather than just being able to move normally. How much stress are you taking here to do what?
There's such a distraction. I don't know if I necessarily need invisible, but I do need more than a few moments. So I'm going to definitely take 3.
All right, so you're going to take 3.
Yeah.
This is going to be a prowl roll for you, for the grabbing and sneakiness.
Yeah.
Devil's bargain on the table here. I'm telling you to start. The devil's bargain is if you get noticed, you will be mistaken for one of the ghosts.
Oh God. That's
so
fair. That's fair.
That is that. Crow, what are you doing?
So, forgive me if I'm wrong. There are 36 vials in the box, so we don't need to grab more than one box, right?
Right. There are 36 vials theoretically in the box. And you needed 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm not going to grab a box of my own because that seems silly. So right now everyone is very is everyone like trying to chase down the ghosts and get them out? What are they trying to do?
The higher ranking officers are trying to chase down the ghosts. The ghosts, I've made my own life difficult by the names that I've decided to give these people. The ghosts, as in the lower ranking members of this gang and not the literal ghosts that are here, seem to be undergoing some sort of like standard protocol where they are not evacuating, but moving to the sides, getting out of the way. They aren't doing the catwalk because that's a bottleneck. That's a terrible idea. They're spreading and hitting the walls, and then seeing what happens from there, and basically responding to be in kind away from the ghosts, kind of a thing.
Okay. I am just going to then. From where I am, how hard is it to get to like a door to get out of here?
There's the front door and the back door. The front door has a battle in front of it.
Making our way to the back.
Thing. Because the general layout here is if you're gonna go towards the front door, that's going towards the actual distillery stuff, because basically the way it's set is the flat floor, there's the distillery stuff back there, and then behind the actual distillery and stuff, there's a set of stairs that kind of goes up like a half staircase that goes up like up to your waist height off the floor into another like concrete platform, and then there's a door out into the street, kind of a thing. Seems like this whole building technically sits slightly lower. So if you would go out that way. However, over by the distillery is the ghosts and the battle. For his part, Rick was the ghost who came in with fucking your usual ghostly companion at this point. He's kind of already fucked off. is the thing. He's like, I'm not dealing with this shit, is the thing. So the biggest problem these people are dealing with is the soldier, who, more than anything, they're just trying not to get shot by his ghost bullets. If they can get to him, they can probably deal with him. The real problem is the little girl. She's the one that is causing them the most issues because she's very fast. And you're not exactly sure when it happens because you're trying to find a way out, but at one point you blink while looking for the way out, turn back, and you realize that she strangled a motherfucker with her jump rope.
Well, good for her.
Mm-hmm. And as she does, you hear her voice going, "Mommy always says you have to kill the demons, otherwise they come back."
Not wrong.
Nope.
Yeah, she has the right idea. To be fair.
I feel like Echo would be proud of this kid.
Yeah.
You kind of there is the back door. The problem with going out the back door is that all of the subordinates are technically kind of by it in one form or fashion, at least a large group of them. And no one appears to be leaving, so it might be, quote unquote, noticeable if you do. The other question here is, where's Spectre going?
Oh, I'll be aiming for the back door afterwards, anyways.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah.
So you two, I assume. So the real question here for Crow: back door or roof?
No one's going up the catwalks, you said, right?
Nope.
I think it would be better for me to go up to the roof, just because there will be less people up there.
Okay. So we're splitting up here. Spectre's going for the back door in the ghostly visage that she has. I'm gonna need the prowl roll from that. As for our lovely individual that is Crow, they're going to need to probably make me I'm going to call it a finesse roll, actually.
Oh, good.
Do I get any extra bonus dice due to everything else happening?
You get a bonus die due
Okay.
to the distraction. That is the benefit of your
Cool.
distraction here is it is giving you a bonus die right now in your prowl to get the fuck out.
Then I'm also gonna take your devil's bargain that if I fail that they think I'm a ghost, because I think it's gonna be even funnier because I'm going to the back door and therefore in a crowd of people. So I just think it's funny. I'm gonna take it.
All right.
Ooh.
But there's a
That
6.
There is a
5,
6.
1, 5,
Yes.
6.
5, 1, 5, 6.
I'll take it.
So you bolt for the back door immediately. As you do, there is kind of a crowd of people, these various underlings and that you kind of go. You're bobbing and weaving. And for the purposes of some of these people, for anyone who does manage to notice, it almost seems like a box is moving on its own, is the thing.
Fine with that.
And at one point, someone does try to, my captions just died. Someone does try to reach out and grab it, but you're Spectre. You're a ghost in the wind at this point. The main problem for you is when you get to the back door is that it's locked. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Crow, you start bolting up the catwalk. The reason I need a finesse roll from you is that someone is probably gonna try to stop you, because that's suspicious as hell. Someone's probably gonna make a grab for you. So go ahead and make me a finesse roll.
Do you have a devil's bargain for me? Otherwise, I'm going to push myself because I have no dice in finesse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty straightforward devil's bargain here, is that we're a little past the point of no return. If you do this, the clock's full. You're detected.
Can I also give you an aid that as soon as I pop up at the stairs, I kind of see the direction Crow's going in, and I immediately shout the person making a grab, say, "You, what the fuck are you doing? Get back over there! Help get rid of the fucking ghosts."
Yeah, sure. Take a stress for that.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
So then I will. I think at this point we are getting out anyway, so I don't really care if we detect it.
So you take the devil's bargain.
Yeah.
All right, the clock's full, the clock's gone. You're detected. I will talk about how that plays out in a second.
Oh, heck.
This is a 6. This is a 6.
Oh my gosh.
The other one's
So-
a 1, but it is a 6.
Pretty spooky.
So you manage to. You're running up this as someone makes a grab for you, but as immediately distracted by Tristaro. However, so they don't grab you, but they do jostle you, and the mask clatters off of your face and hits the ground. However, since this is a clock of not just you being detected, but your party, Brandon, if you will permit me, I'm going to take control of Wick for a second.
Yeah, I have one stress box open, just as a heads up.
Oh, I'm not going to have him do anything. I'm just going to have him say something.
Oh yeah, perfect.
You get to the top of the stairs. You just take the mask off and go, "It's set, let's roll!"
Yep. Same page. I was gonna do that when I came up.
and
Perfect.
that's the real breaking of the illusion right there. You kind of like take the mask off, yell, and then basically throw the mask behind you. And to our other 3, where are y'all going?
Oh, I'm
You
telling
got
all
5
these.
minutes to get out.
I'm telling all these ghosts in front of me, move the fuck out of the way, and I'm going out the back door.
I start picking the lock of the back door because it was locked. But is it locked, I guess, from the other side, or is it locked on my end? I'm just an idiot.
It appears to be. It would be weird if it was locked on the outside
That's
of the
my
warehouse.
thing too. Okay.
It is locked like with a key, so it's technically locked on both sides. It does also have a bar that you can just like move to the side, but like you got to do both. Kind of a thing. So you can definitely give me a finesse roll to start working on that. Wick, you said you're trying to get these ghosts to move. That is a command roll through and through. So give me a command roll.
Alright.
Anyone helping with that? Anyone doing anything? Mort and Tristaro, you are also up there with Wick.
Yeah, I feel like I could probably help with that.
I might be making a grab for a flask of pyro that hasn't hit the vials yet.
I've got 2 to command and a lot of room for stress on this one, so
I mean,
I can definitely help.
okay, I'll take the bonus die.
All right, so take a stress, Mort.
Devil's
Okay.
bargain. We're already detected,
I
so
know.
Devil's bargain. You're already detected. The devil's bargain here. Someone starts going to the basement that you just came out of. Curious as to what the fuck were you doing down there? I.e., what happens if someone finds the bomb?
Can they even disable it?
Will they move it?
Actually, they won't. They'll set it off early.
That's the bigger
Uh,
question here.
I will not. I don't want my work to go to waste.
Fair enough. All right.
Humble.
So, go ahead and give me the command roll with the bonus die.
5.
It's a 5. All right.
Okay.
So you give a yell of like, "Move, motherfuckers, now!" And you've got that authoritative military voice, and then backed up by the size of Mort, who is behind you. And Mort, are you brandishing a weapon or anything as you come out, or?
Yeah, I think I've got the crowbar out, mostly because I'm seeing that Spectre is or I probably don't see Spectre. I don't know. I see a
No,
back
Spectre
door. And
is-
Nope.
There's
Yeah.
a wavering shadow in front of the door.
Yep.
John Cena.
Is what's happening. You
Oh,
see
and I'm
nothing.
I'm just
Yeah.
sparking the glove.
You're sparking a glove. You're brandishing the crowbar.
Yeah.
There is a 5 on the consequence here. And the consequence here being that, yeah, a lot of them are like initial reaction. One, these are people who take orders anyway, so they hear the orders and go, oh shit, and like start to move. But 2, these are also kind of twitchy, edgy, kind of pyro users.
Yeah.
So the consequence here is someone reacts poorly and instead of running, gout of fire right towards you as level 1, no, probably level 2 harm as fire basically going right for your chest.
Ooh, I would like to jump in front of that.
Okay, that's
If I could.
I
don't know.
I need to look at your abilities, Mort.
Because I've got
got
bodyguard.
bodyguard.
Yeah, when you protect a teammate, take a die to your resistance roll. Technically, this isn't your resistance roll, it's his. But
Yeah,
I would be
right.
willing to let you take the resistance roll on behalf of him if you're willing to take the harm on behalf of him.
I would love to do that because I've got armor.
You do have armor. This is level 2 harm, which means you need 2 armor.
Dang it. That's fine. I'll still go for it.
All right. So you burn the 1 armor,
Okay.
and then so that would bring it down to level. So mark the armor brings it down to level 1 harm, which is just like 1st degree burns.
Okay.
That, if you want to resist it, would be a prowess resist.
Yes. Cool. And I get a +1 die to that.
And you get a +1 die to that, and
Okay,
additional effects. So
Sweet.
yeah.
So let's do that. Cool.
Okay, so you resist the effects, and see how much stress you take. 2.
Okay.
You take 2 stress.
Cool.
So you jump in front of the fire, or more than jump in front of the fire, you go up to the side, grab Wick by the collar, and yank him out of the way.
Whoop.
Basically, you just pull him over to the side, and kind of throw out a hand, kind of up like this, away from the flames, managing to largely avoid getting burned, and then kind of crack your neck, put Wick down. A lot of them have dispersed, but there is still about 2 or 3 there that are kind of ready to.
I think I'm gonna walk up to the one who just like shot fire, and I'm gonna grab the hand that shot fire. And do you have any idea what kind of damage you could have caused with that? Get the fuck out of our way immediately, all of you.
That is a command roll, so we're gonna have you do that. Crow, you have gone sprinting up the catwalk. You gone sprinting up the catwalk, up into the top level, into the hallway, towards the door. As you are sprinting towards the door to the office opens, and a woman covered in scars, holding her head like she has a hell of a headache,
Uh-oh.
kind of comes out. You see that also that her fist is bleeding, like she had to maybe break a wooden door in order to get it open on the other side.
Oh,
Kind of
no,
comes
yeah.
stumbling out a little bit, kind of in your way. What are you doing? Are you like options here? Just like clothesline her so that she's not a problem and go? You just running past, just keep going? Like, you know you're on a clock.
I am not a fighter by any means. I have put on my own spirit mask that I brought with me, so that I am once again wearing a mask. It's not a proper mask for this place, but it is a mask. And I'm just going to like run past her while pulling out the ghost key, and I'm going to try to just open a door and get the fuck out of here as quickly as possible.
Okay, make me an attune roll. Let's start with the command from Mort. I also need a finesse from Asher and a attune. So let's start with Asher because we need to go back to. Wait, Tristaro, are you doing anything here? I just realized.
I was wondering. I really want to grab. So I imagine they have like their assembly line for the pyro and such, and there's like a few vials that aren't corked yet. I want to grab a few of those and just fucking throw them. One towards the office, another towards like the front door to block it off.
Okay. That's a rec roll. So we're gonna come back to that. And Wick, you just vibing, or are you helping anyone, or?
I can't technically help,
But
but if someone comes near me, I have the bone knife out.
the bone knife.
The bone knife.
The bone knife. The knife that's made from your bone.
Yeah, this one. Right here.
Clever,
This
right
one.
here.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Echo made that when Wick was in prison, as a self-protection in prison.
And it works.
Seems accurate.
It works super well. Does mean that their shoulder sometimes aches a little bit though on stormy days.
Well, can only ask for so much.
I got this cool knife.
This really cool knife.
We should
roll-
compare knives at some point.
All right, so finesse roll, risky, standard. Yeah, well, actually, we're in a desperate position at this point. There's a
Okay.
bomb about to go off and all that, so you don't have to re-roll. Just keep that in mind and give yourself the experience for the desperate position on the
Perfect.
finesse roll.
I'll take it.
But with a 6, there's a moment of like okay, I don't have much time because that bomb's supposed to go off in 10 minutes because you don't know it's supposed to go off in 5 minutes.
Nope, I don't know this.
And you kind of like they're kind of working at the lock, and after a moment you're like, calm down. You're gonna take longer if you panic. Click, 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 chunk, bar, kick the door in, and you just fucking opens out into the street. The door is open and you are gone. You're out. Of everyone in the building, you're the first one gone.
I got the
Last
goods.
one
I
in,
did
the
my
first
job.
one out.
Let's go.
Y'all at the
to
boat.
Mort.
Yeah.
Give me the command roll, Mort.
Okay, so we're desperate now.
You are desperate. This is
Okay.
a command, so desperate standard, because you're not harmed, right?
No, I'm not. I resisted it. So desperate standard, and I can push myself for a bonus die.
You can take 2 stress for a bonus die. Yep.
Let's do that.
All right.
Okay.
5. All right. So you give that command and tell them to get the fuck out of your way, and in the most intimidating that Mort can be. And in that moment, as you're doing it, are you still wearing your mask?
Yeah.
You're still wearing this. In that moment, for anyone who's looking at you, that mask warps for just a second with 7 glowing eyes coming out the side of it into the face of this person and horns that curl up into this person's face. And as you do, they immediately panic. However, the one whose arm you grabbed panics the hardest, and your consequence here is, unsurprisingly, fire. Just panic fire right in your chest. So that would be another prowess resist if you wanted to resist it. Otherwise, you're taking level 1 hot harm of 1st degree burns.
Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, I should probably just take it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna take it.
Which is almost the more terrifying thing here, because as you just take it, the fire, you're still holding this guy's hands, the fire just licks over you as this demonic visage, and it just highlights, darkens the shadow, brightens the highlights, bright fucking red and blue flame, and I'm going through. This motherfucker passes out. In your hands. He just falls unconscious, and you kind of just drop his arm.
I'm glad he
the other
did that. He
two-
almost lost a hand.
Mort with his reckless quirk was about to make some moves on this fucker.
He kind of like falls unconscious, and you kind of like just drop him as the other two kind of just scatter to the side. Tristaro, your whipping vials.
Yep.
You're aiming, but like only vaguely.
You know?
I'm gonna be honest here with you. This is a rec roll. This is a dangerous rec roll. If you do this poorly, you will set the bomb off early.
What's my devil's bargain? Is that the devil's bargain?
That is your devil's bargain.
I was, damn. So here's the thing. I only got one wreck. I can't finesse this at all, can I? Trying to just like...
You are wrecking a place.
Yeah.
Coming from the wrecker, you are wrecking a place.
Do you have one in rec?
I have 0 in wreck.
Oh, so you're getting the bonus die here. Okay.
If I go to finesse, I can have 3 dice. That's a power game. That's me power gaming for a second there.
Yeah, right.
Anyone gonna help here?
Is there?
The Asher's gone.
I don't know
I
how
left the
y'all can help.
building. I'm
I
sorry, y'all.
can't. I can't really help.
I gave you a back door. Exit. That's all.
All right. Give me the rec roll.
I kind of want to ask for 2 devil's bargains.
You get one.
You get one.
Straight up 50-50.
Desperate? Standard.
Yep.
Oh boy.
There's a 3. Okay, so give yourself the experience.
Yeah.
and prowess for that. As you whip a vial out, and it hits the already cracked flask of pyro that was about the size of, your average brewery distillery. Which, John, do you want to explain the size of that?
So I brew beer, so I don't really know how distilleries work in modern day or old school style. But I appreciate the thought.
That is fair. It is about the size of a small shed. So you just hit pyro with more pyro, which is a volatile substance, with physical force, which is kinetic energy, which is usually a thing that is enough to trigger most reactions. The back of the warehouse explodes. It just explodes. There is shrapnel flying everywhere. The consequence that you have to resist here is level 3 harm, explosive shrapnel in vital organs.
I'm gonna go ahead and take some armor.
Level 2 harm, explosive shrapnel in painful and unfortunate places.
I would like to take a devil's bargain.
This is a prowess resist, unsurprisingly, if you're going to resist it.
What's another quirk?
You have to get a 6 on this or you quirk out again.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So your devil's bargain here is you get a bonus die and I reduce the time on that bomb by 3 minutes. And it's already been time between what it was set, which means you have about 45 seconds left.
Yep.
That's fine.
Crit
6.
6.
So you actually reduce the stress
My
on a crit.
God.
You remove a stress.
All right.
Go down a stress.
I will. Guess what? I can help one person now.
You know what? It's kind of that thing. There's almost something cathartic about it for you. After all the damage that Pyro has done in your life, you kind of you hit the pile. The explosion goes off. You can see it echoing. You can see the shrapnel flying. And for a moment, it is that, you can hear almost in the back of your mind, "You're here, there's nothing I fear, and I know that," as the explosion, the force of it is blows your hair back. Your hat, the mask is blown off. Your hat is blown off the top of your head. Your hair is billowing as you're just kind of watching the fire. Watching the fire. The fire. It's always the fire for you. again and again and again that takes so many things away from you. In that moment, you're seeing something that you want to end in flames. And it still haunts you. Because you have watched so many of your loved ones be taken by it. You watched Lim go up in flames after his overdose. You watched Marasi fall deeper and deeper into this gang and her own grief after Lim's death, to the point that you saw her masked in the party that invaded you. Again and again, everything you love, everything you want gets taken away in flames. But then so be it. If this is to be a reckoning, then let it also be a baptismal fire. Let it be flames that for once purge the evil instead of taking away everything good in your life. And as you're in that haunted reverie for just a moment, suddenly you're snapped back out into reality as Mort grabs the back of your collar and is like, we gotta fucking go.
I think right when Mort grabs me on the door, I'm going to grab the door for a second. I'm going to just, with tears in my eyes, shout out, let the firekeeper know their days are fucking numbered. In the same fire they build, I will burn everything else around them till there is nothing left, and they will have no one to mourn their ashes. And just get dragged out with them.
Absolutely. And you've cleared the way, Wick, Mort. It's all, you've cleared it. Like, the people have gotten out of your fucking way at this point. You are out the door. Wick, you like saw the explosion go off and you saw that it destroyed part of the ground, and you're like, that explosion definitely probably hit the bomb. The rebels definitely probably going to crack one of the vials, which means we have about maybe 30 seconds before it. You know what? Let's just go. Can't hear you.
Leaving. Great idea. Right now. Let's go.
Right. So you're bolting out the door. Crow. That attune roll. You are hitting the top of the stairs. You've hit the top of the stairs. You are blowing past the woman who appeared to be in charge and is trying to recover. Do you want a devil's bargain here?
Always.
Your devil's bargain is you're gonna take her with you by accident if it works. So do you want her to go up in flames, or do you want her on the street?
Can I do a flashback to aid you as well, Crow?
You can. I'm
Taking advantage of that.
Yep,
Renewed
listen.
stress.
The dice rewarded me with a crit.
If I bring her with me, I'm not going to come back to the base. But I don't know where I would go instead.
What if you just brought them to the flock, though? What if you just brought them to the flock?
This is not the kind of person that Shrike would have fun with, is it?
This person? Is this the kind of person Shrike has fun with all kinds of people. You have to remember. She has her puppets. She has her interests. She has her vivisections. You know how it is. But for a person like this, actually, you could think that Shrike might. Because if they want to look at vials of pyro anyway, well, they might want to vivisect someone who's on pyro.
Yeah. So I will take her with me. And we are going to the clock tower in 6 Towers.
Okay. So you're gonna use the ghost key. And so give me the attune roll with the
Desperate, yes.
Desperate standard currently. You can burn that devil's bargain for great effect rather than standard, because here's the thing, with standard effect, you're not going to 6 Towers, you're going outside to the street. With a great effect, you might be able to make it a couple of buildings over.
I'll use it for that, and then I will take the die from Wax.
I think I see one of two ways of me aiding. I think the first way is Wax ended up leaving a vial of slumber essence with Crow and can just like kick in the ghost field, that vial will break and go right into that person's face. Or Wax probably gave like some kind of charm to help attune to the ghost field more based off the mask.
If you gave me the sleep essence, it would make it slightly easier, because if I can put her to sleep, then I can get her to 6 towers easier.
I will mark that slumber essence.
All right. So you give Crow the slumber essence, and that is the help. So go ahead and give me the attune roll with the 1 bonus die from the help, but not from the.
Yep.
We're going for great effect here. 4. Okay.
Okay.
So here's what happens. Here is what you have to resist, Crow. It works. It works. You manage to step through a ghost door and out the other side with this woman. The sleep essence in your hand as you realize. However, the consequence that you have to resist here is that when you step out the other side, you're stepping out the other side, outside, 3 stories up at a different building. It's
Ow.
about a 3-story drop that you are coming out onto.
Yeah, ow, okay. What kind of resistance roll is this?
That is going to be, I'm gonna call that prowess. Well, let's just decide how you're resisting that. It's prowess if you're trying to grab the edge of the building that you just came out of to not fall. It's insight to try to use the momentum to land on the secondary roof across and hit it and roll. And it's resolve to kind of like almost open a secondary portal to go whoop, 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 whoop.
I will try that one because I have 1 in the other 2 categories.
Okay. So give me a resolve.
Oh wait, let me also remember to mark that. Okay.
Yep, mark the XP. Okay, so you take 1 stress.
5. That's fine.
Take 1 stress. Yeah. So you poof to the ground, kind of like, just for a brief moment, you like saw your life flash before your eyes. And you were picturing your afterlife smoking with Rick. But you hit the ground with this woman who's still like dazed and confused from being electroshocked, has a ringing headache, it seems, but is like even more so by the sudden movement. And I was like, what the fuck? And the slumber essence goes up and she hits the ground. As you do that, Crow, you hit the ground. You're like, and as she hits the ground, you're like, okay, well, now I have to drag this person, but oh well. Kind of grab her, start to move. As you do, and for everyone else who has started to move away, there's a moment like all of the oxygen is sucked out from around you. Just for a brief moment, it's like everything is, and there's utter silence. Can't hear anything. No people, no bird song, no clacks on the streets. And then an explosion loud enough that had you not already gotten out of the way, and especially for Wick, who's got his earplugs in now, so he's fine, it would have blown your eardrums out. And even now, you're like, oh, that's probably causing some damage in there in terms of my hearing. That's a problem. And it's not a fireball. It's not anything like that. It is an explosion that feels more like, Mort, you would be most familiar with this. It has the same sound as like a cannonball going through a wall, almost, but magnified like 20 times. And as that sound goes off, there's no fireball, there's no big like shrapnel boom or anything going. The whole building folds in on itself and is like it's collapsing into the ground. Just down, 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 destroying. But not for you knowing it was a bomb. You would think this building suddenly just collapsed on its own. And with that, you're able to make your getaway. You're able to make it back to your boat. Crow, you're able to deliver to the clock tower. You kind of you don't even go inside. You just kind of pin the unconscious person to the door, like force strike, and like leave.
Yeah.
Love Crow.
Yeah, just
and then-
I take one of the feathers off of my mask and I pin it with her to the door.
The door and just kind of pin it there. But you're all able to make it back to the boat. Once you have made it back to your headquarters, to your boat, the first person there obviously is Asher.
And time speed run.
Yes. New
The
record.
first person there is Asher. Honestly, Asher, it almost is kind of like you checked the watching, like 4.5 minutes. That is a new record from night market to the boat.
Not bad.
And very good. And you kind of you almost take the like extra 10 minutes it takes for the next person to show up, which the next people showing up will be the other 3. Crow will be the last because Crow's making a detour. But you have that extra time. You kind of set the box out, kind of slide the top off and make it kind of look pretty, kind of set the top kind of just at an angle to the side. You get out some of the leftover snacks and you kind of like put them on the table. You start brewing in the percolator some coffee. And kind of like when everyone else gets there, kind of like, you're kind of just chill.
Oh yeah.
Just chill. Just sit
I
at your...
Check the goods. We're all good. We're just chilling at this point.
Yeah.
Tristaro's just like yelling, "Wow, glad to see you made yourself nice and comfortable. Wick, what the fuck kind of bomb was that?"
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Welcome back, all. I take it the building. I mean, I heard something.
Oh,
good.
it crumbled perfectly. Superb job on my part. Pat myself
Love
on the back.
that. Just well done, Wick. Coffee's on. Vials are there. Got more than we needed because we grabbed an entire.
You grabbed the
box of
case.
them.
Yeah.
So, we're good.
All right. Anyways,
Yeah.
what kind of bomb was that?
Yeah,
I'm really good at
actually.
reading lit rips. I just wanted to make you ask again. It's
A
called
really damn good one.
It's called Nightcap. What do you want from me? It ended the night, didn't it?
No, yeah. I've just never seen a building cave in like
That's
that.
how we placed the bomb. It caused the foundation to collapse in, and then the building came with it. Obvious. Come on, simple. Well, Crow's not here. I would say Crow would know because mathematics, but like.
Where is Crow? Do we know? I saw
Not
them.
yet.
I saw them go up.
Whispers
Speak
are
of the
weird.
bird, about 5 minutes later, Crow kind of comes in, kind of just casually sauntering.
Oh, goodness
Okay, good.
gracious. Thank God.
It's good to see all
I-
of you made it back too.
Very glad to see that we all made it out of that. That was, to say that was not according to plan would be an understatement.
It
Crow-
went according to my plan.
Crow is going to see how like frazzled Mort is, and then go up and like give him a hug.
Take that.
Asher creeps up and decides to join.
Trying
All
so
right.
hard.
Okay, this is nice.
Gross.
Tristaro just gives like a pat on the arm and just says, "Honestly, why shout out? The bomb is set. Is that just like a habit you have from like your military days or something?"
Let's be honest. They were going to find out that it was at least me, no matter what.
Uh,
Who else is going to collapse a building like that?
You
To be
do
fair,
have a
he also didn't say
reputation.
anything about bomb. He said, "It's ready, let's roll."
It's set, yeah.
It's set, let's roll.
Yeah.
I mean,
Also, no, I normally don't, but honestly, I came up to quite a party. Also, Crow, bang up job. Bang up
Yes.
job.
Who are the extra ones? I mean, obviously, we know Rick by this
I
point.
heard Rick.
Yeah.
Wait.
But...
Wait, Rick?
Yeah, Rick.
Rick, yeah.
Do you know Rick?
You know Rick?
The prisoner, chains,
Yeah, the IM.
smokes a lot.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Good guy.
We are friends.
That's what we
I
found.
think.
I really wish I had like looking into a mirror right now because I'd be asking. Wait, Rick said he died in a stab wound. I see a bone knife in your hand. Quick question: did you stab him?
I did not. If you can ask Wick that.
Yeah.
Wick's only no, I've only known him as a ghost.
Okay.
Had I thought about it, definitely.
Okay.
And
Uh,
with that,
I was going to say, I would have told them all what I had done.
yes.
Vaguely. I would have told them that I brought the body to the clock tower. I would not have gone into detail about what Shrike was going to do with it.
Right. With that, we get to go to payoff and the like. And, you know, Wick and the Damned had set aside a rather generous amount of money for this, for payment. All in all, 6 coin set aside for you lot for this job. So Wick kind of just leaves the money on the table, takes the vials. Any last words, Wick?
Let's see. Points at Mort. You've got like demon issues you should probably work out. Tristaro, I've roasted you to night market and back and again, so I'll leave you alone. Asher, you have good taste in women, but like be careful.
No.
And Crow, you know what? If there's anything to say, Echo will do it for me. Bye.
And
Been a
with that,
pleasure.
As soon as he leaves, I'm going to turn around to the group. We are never working with that motherfucker ever again.
Great.
Why not? I had a blast.
I think we all had a blast, literal.
Mort's hand on the coffee is just...
Buddy.
But I'm glad you made it out safely this time. I was worried when I could not see you again.
I was worried about the lot of you as well. I'm really glad you all made it out perfectly fine. I just made sure the job got done.
Yes, and Wick has taken his dozen vials, is the thing, which leaves you with
2 dozen.
Took 36, so it leaves you with 2 dozen vials left, 4 of which have been promised to Jay, 2 to 4 of which have been promised to Archie for
except
research,
they
except
also
the
have
3
this.
extra.
Yeah.
The 3 extra that were in the
3
vault.
fun ones. Yeah.
But yeah, 6 coin to divide up as y'all choose. With the note being, I think that your
Vault is full.
crew, your vault is full.
We're working
So
on it.
we will.
Oh yeah, so we have 6 plus the 2 coin that I had found, so technically 8 all.
So you have 8 plus.
Oh,
so yeah, all
2
told,
each.
8.
Wow.
So 2 each.
Yeah, so true.
each.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Good work.
2 coin to each of you.
Yeah.
And if you are full of coin, you can also remember always put it into your stash, your savings for when you retire.
So my
If you
tombstone,
retire.
Yeah.
If you
My
retire.
tombstone.
If you make it to retirement.
It's to pay for the niceness of your tombstone. So that's the payoff on that. You all get a healthy amount of money. Let's talk heat.
Yeah.
No,
Do we have to? Do we have to do
Can we
it?
put this back on the band?
I think we made it out clean. I feel like that was pretty quick and easy, low impact.
what's
Listen.
this smooth and quiet with low exposure?
Listen, pyro facilities always go up in flames. They never
I
learn.
mean,
There were no
it
flames
happens
here.
all the time.
It's true.
You know,
The building was not actually set on fire this time, so I mean,
It was briefly before it collapsed.
fair.
shout out to me.
That's all on
it-
you.
basically, we're going with it. This was loud and chaotic. High exposure 4 heat is the base that we are starting with here. We're adding an additional heat for a high-profile, well-connected target, i.e., the firebugs, who are in the news pretty commonly right now. They're a pretty well-known. We're adding additional heat for hostile turf, because it was firebug turf. So there's that. We're at 6. You're not at war currently, so you don't get a heat for that. You do get 2 heat if killing was involved, which it was.
So just to make sure, they don't get the benefit of having me there because we don't get heat. Okay.
You don't get heat for that. They do.
Yeah.
So that's 8 heat, all things told, I believe.
Uh-oh.
So counting up your heat, that's 2, 1, 2, 3. That puts us here at wanted level 2. And
My job
almost
is done.
halfway to wanted level 3.
My job is done.
That was explosive, to say the least. However, now we get to go to the fun part of your wanted level, where we get to go to your entanglements. Your heat is 4, so we're rolling on this table. Your wanted level is 2, so we're rolling 2 dice. Let's see what
Welcome to the world.
entanglements we can have today.
We got a 1
is
and
a
a
2.
2.
Okay.
Boy.
Oh, we forgot your reputation, so we should start with that. The rep payoff you got for this. 2 rep by default, +1 for the tier of the target. So 3. You get 3 rep for this. So now, because the reason that that's relevant is because of what I rolled here, which is to say, basically, what happens here is that someone who works for you, because it's not all just you 4, you're just the upper echelon. Someone who works for you gets nabbed. Not by the bluecoats, by the firebugs is the thing. So and kind of your problem here is that your choice here is to face reprisal, i.e., this person's probably gonna die, or sacrifice reputation equal to your tier level in order to get them out of the issue.
Do we know who is being killed? Is it just a person who sells for us? Is it a person part of another crew?
It
Or
is
works for
probably
us?
it is probably one of your pushers, is the
Okay.
thing. Which, given the way that pushers usually work, probably means that it's a teenager who sells drugs for you in Silkshore.
Yeah, Tristaro wouldn't let this slide, and probably either vice.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Mort
Yeah.
doesn't like that at all.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you sacrifice 1 rep, but you will you'll get the kid out of trouble. Get him out of. Basically, he was getting shook down by firebugs about what happened because of y'all, and you more or less send in Mort.
There.
To clean
I
the
didn't get a
issue up.
chance to hit a motherfucker with a motherfucker this game.
You did not. You had the opportunity. You literally had someone by the wrist.
I did. I was gearing up for it.
I thought that's what you were gonna do rather than yell at them. I thought you were just gonna grab him and whip another fucker with another motherfucker. Again.
Yeah.
But no.
The
All right.
the fact that they fainted saved them actually a lot of pain before their inevitable death by building collapse.
That's fair. So let's go to downtime, and then we can do our outros. So starting with the wild, the wonderful, the amazing, and the ineffable Spectre herself, Asher. You have 2 downtime activities. What would you like to do?
Oh, the first one is definitely indulging in a vice. We are gonna go gamble. We've had a great day. We are
right.
feeling fabulous. Let's go spend some of this coin.
You're like, I'm going to go spend some of this money. Now, the question is, in indulging your vice, are you going gambling or are you spending the money on Helene? Are you going to the tables or are you going to Helene's bed?
It's a different table altogether, okay?
To be fair, table is probably more common than bed anyway with Helene.
Let's be real. You know what? I think actually Asher is going to spend this on Helene.
Okay.
And spend time with her instead. Like, it's going to the casino, but it's
going to the casino, but you're treating Helene nicely with this coin that you've made. You're not gonna buy Helene's stuff from Helene's place for Helene. No, you're bringing nice stuff for Helene. You're spending a night. Maybe you are hitting the tables a little bit, but like it's more about the spending the time with Helene than it is the actual tables. It's just a nice night overall. Go ahead and give me that indulge vice roll. So reduce your stress by 3.
2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So my second, yeah.
Yeah.
What am I doing on the second one? We've already given Tristaro an intervention. I don't think.
It's not time for a second intervention.
I know, it's too soon for a second intervention.
You can start a long-term project. You can acquire an asset. You can work on reducing your heat. You can just train. You can just train in a thing.
Yeah. I think that's actually going to be what she... Yes, I could go reduce our heat. Do I look like I'm going to do that? No. Asher's like, whatever, it's fine. Comes with the job, apparently. Asher's actually going to spend time training. Clearly I hit a goal in this when I made it back from the night market to the boat in such a good time. So we're like, you know what? No, we're doing good. Let's keep it up. Let's keep this going. So we're gonna train in. Do I pick specifically like the area or the individuals? Okay.
You pick insight, prowess, resolve, or your playbook. Now, keeping in mind that you get to mark an experience in that, unless it's resolve, because y'all have training in resolve, so you would instead mark 2 XP in resolve.
Ooh, I forgot that we had that. Okay. Because I was gonna go. No, we're gonna train in prowess.
Train in prowess? All right, so give yourself an XP point in prowess.
Perfect.
Very good. Remember it's on the table. It's, Tristaro's to offer, but Tristaro has a bonus downtime for people. So if anyone has an extra idea or something of what they want to do.
I might need it this time around.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah. And don't forget, you can also spend coin on it too.
Yes, right. Yeah, I'm trying to do some algebra to figure out the best way to do everything I need to do.
But Silas Crow, what are you doing for your downtimes?
First I'm going to do the same and go and relieve some stress. I'm going to go to the... I forget the name of the chapel every time.
Yes. Chapel of the Weeping Lady, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
But I'm going to go and spend some time with ghosts.
Yes. So you're gonna go spend some time with the ghosts in the basement of the Chapel of the Weeping Lady. There is, we have our creepy purveyor at the chapel. Not the mother that our dear and beloved Wax goes to see. No. Instead, you go to see Father Yoren, who deals more with the ghosts and that which comes after. You spend some time kind of immersed amongst the ghosts. And as you're kind of there, there's... go ahead and give your indulge vice roll, but as you're kind of indulging your vice, kind of just being amongst the... Oh, that's perfect. Exactly, down to 0 stress.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Incredible.
Woo!
You're kind of being amongst the ghosts. One ghost in particular, little girl with a jump rope, kind of shows up in front of you. And she hands to you a very real flower. A flower that with blue petals that kind of curve up like a lily, and stem, not the stem, but the what's the pollen thing called again? You know what I mean.
Oh, the
Stamen.
stamen, yes.
Stamen that looks like it's made out of crystal, almost, and hands that to you. It's just with a smile. It says, "I had fun today."
Thank you. And I had fun watching you. I'm glad you got to play around today.
Mommy always says that we should thank people when they do nice things for us. So thank you.
Thank you too. And I will pluck a feather and hand it to her.
You're so pretty. She kind of just fades away as she kind of strokes the feather. Okay, and what are you doing with your other downtime?
I am going to go and visit the Dimmer sisters and get some mark off some of my arcane artifice
Training. Okay, so you're gonna go study with the Dimmer sisters. That is just an up and down. No, actually, it is either attune or tinker.
Well, I'm going with attune.
Fair enough.
I have no dice in tinker.
That might need to change at some point if you're actually going to be trying artifice. But yeah, go ahead, give me some arcane artifice training. Give me an attune roll.
Risky standard?
Risky. Yeah, there's no risk here.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh.
That's a 6.
That is a 6. Okay, so we will mark. There we go. Mark some slots in that as the Dimmer sisters walk you through a fair whack-em of the various trainings and the like. Again, there's still a bonus downtime on the table, but we're gonna go to Mort.
All right. So I definitely need to relieve stress. So I'm gonna go to the gym, and it's the punching bag at the gym has needed to be replaced. It's been down for a long time because the chain has been all jacked up. So I'm gonna fix that.
So you go to the gym and you kind of fix that. And as you're kind of fixing that up, Marlene kind of comes up to you and like holds up your arm that has the burns on it. What the fuck is this?
Occupational hazard. You know, look, I brought you those lemon bars. You know, I've been doing a little bit more baking. And sometimes accidents happen in the kitchen, you know?
Your shit liar mouth. She kind of slaps your cheek twice, like not hard enough to hurt, but not soft enough to be purely friendly. Yeah. Kind of a thing. Come on. It's a couple other things that need replacing, and I can use your strength. I tell you to go a few rounds in the ring, but I don't want you getting any more hurt until you get that looked at. Now, come on. And give me your indulge vice roll.
Let's do it.
Oh,
One.
damn it. Well, that's rough.
So reduce your stress by 1, and maybe do it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that one again.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So give me you're gonna just spend a lot of time at the gym today.
Yep.
So go ahead and.
I think I'm just gonna no, I'm okay, and I'm just gonna wrap up the burn like really hastily and just get in the ring. Be like, don't worry about me. I can go a couple rounds. I'm good.
All right. And give me another indulge vice roll then.
Oh my god.
2. So it reduced your stress by 2.
So miserable.
You're gonna be at about half stress for the next job. You have the bonus downtime. I know that you were talking about using it if Tristaro is willing to give it up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm down to give it up. Tristaro can come in. And do you want to focus on healing, or did you have another idea?
I think going into another indulge vice is too risky at 4 because you with
Might
a
overindulge.
I can just imagine finally like throwing a 6 when exactly when I couldn't.
I might be wrong about this, but I think you can pay a coin to go up a level if you need to. But that might just be project dice.
That's project dice. You are correct.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I just have to stick with the 4, which is not ideal, but we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. So I'm gonna focus on healing, getting this burn taken care of.
Yeah.
So you go to the doctor, the same doctor, the doctor that you all get sent to all the time.
Yep.
Fucking, once again, you kind of like you knock on his door. He kind of opens and he's like, "Y'all are becoming regulars. Like, good gods, I'd have to be charging you more for all of this service I'm giving you if you didn't come in on Echo's good word."
Do you want me to go somewhere else or
No! Get in here. Fucking jackass. Dr. Avermice kind of sits you down, looks at your burn, and it's like, not the worst I've seen. Kind of gets some cream, starts rubbing it down, gets some, and as he puts it on, he kind of gives you the small tin. Put this on twice a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, usually before dinner. Keep it wrapped in a clean bandage. You want to change the bandage out about once every 6 hours. It is for about 3 days. And should be fine.
I'll just make it part of my skin
nice.
routine.
Yeah. And that gives 3 ticks in it, so you need 1 more tick to be fully healed.
You can pay a coin to complete it.
Yeah, that seems worth it.
This is technically a project. You can pay a coin and it'll just up it a level and you'll just be healed.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So you clear the first degree burns. You are healed up.
Great.
Not even a scar.
Cool.
Tristaro.
Hey. Yeah. I think full of just excitement, and a job that actually went through with getting rid of someone. I think he's going to go to the church and start talking about it with Mother Narya, or at least in front of the grave of Lim. There we go. That's the exact number I wanted.
That is a 6. So reduce your stress by 6. It still doesn't clear all of it because of how much you had, but nicely done.
Not the first time, won't be the last.
That was not. So that's 1 downtime. What's the other? As you go to see Mother Narya, though, there's a moment where she's like, listens to you get this off the chest. How good you feel after feeling like you accomplished something here, like an actual tangible result of a thing you've been trying to accomplish of getting Pyre off the street. She listens. She kind of puts a hand on your shoulder. I'm glad, Tristaro, that you have this success to cling to. Like, but as the old saying goes, when you walk down the path of revenge, dig 2 graves. And I'm afraid that in this case, though, there aren't going to be anything left to fill the grave if you keep up with this. That there will be naught but ashes and memories.
I expected it at the end, honestly. Listen, it's all I got left.
Is it? Think about this. Think about all of those people that I was with who cared about you and told you that they cared about you. To stop running yourself into the ground in these things that you're doing. You really think that this is all you have left with all of those people who care about you?
I have put so much time, so much energy. Do you know how long it took me to find even Archie? Do you know how long it took me to find Crow, to dig up dirt on Mort and find out what's going on with him, to find Asher? Asher is a Spectre is not a joke of a name.
I know how much work you've put into this, Tristaro. I know how much this means to you. I'm not telling you to stop. What I'm asking is that you don't burn your candle wax down to nothing but melted tallow. Because when the fire is out, when it's all done, there are people who are going to want you to be there after it. And you are going to have to figure out what it is that you want. Because if what you want is to die, then that is a disrespect to them and to his memory. And she points at Lim's grave.
Do not misunderstand. I do not do this with the hope of dying. I do this in the hope that I get every piece of pyro off the street. I'm not planning to die.
Are you
but
not?
If that's what it takes.
It feels like you are.
Whatever it takes. I think Tristaro's just going to get up and leave.
And Mother Narya doesn't intervene or anything. That's not the kind of person she is. She lets you go. She's not going to say anything more, but she watches you. And you have another downtime.
Yep. Hey, let's go see Archie. Let's have a jovial moment of me dropping off some pyro and pulling out the papers and a map and saying, help me figure out where else this could be and tell me about this shit.
Asher would have given you the 3 extra vials, by the way, for that.
Perfect.
So you take the special pyro and the vials that he already requested, along with all the documents, and you're like, let's do this.
Bottle of whiskey slammed on the desk.
Archie kind of you basically come in like Red Bull hyped of like, let's fucking go. And Archie kind of like in his chair goes, okay, like leans into it a little bit.
Class in like 15 minutes. Hold on.
I need to contact Silas to come in my class. Hold on. And it's like, manages that, takes the pyro, takes all that. With Archie's help and these, you have a bonus die and you're looking into. This is, Tristaro, with everything you have here, this is probably survey, honestly. Or no, you have the papers and stuff. This is study at this point. Or you're studying the papers, the map, how everything starts to line up.
So with the bonus die from the paperwork, my 1 die, and having Archie help out, is that anything else?
I'll give you a bonus die for Archie, sure.
Go. 3 dice.
There's a 6. At the end of your long night with Archie, map spread out in front of you. Everything kind of like that is the paperwork. Finally, Archie, it's almost like you're kind of like sitting there. You're like taking a brief break. You've got like, it's not a cigarette, but it's some kind of smoking implement that's kind of hanging out, and you're like, it's basically an upper that you're smoking just to stay awake, to keep going, hands over your eyes kind of thing. And then Archie is kind of like frantic kind of thing, and then suddenly Archie pops up holding a sheet of paper. It's like, I've got it. And like slaps the paper down, draws a circle around a portion of basically like the line between Char Hollow and Crow's Foot. At that corner next to one of the largest canals where across the river is Charter Hall, points to a large building there. This. Look at this. And he kind of starts going over some of these papers. This talks about deliveries going from here to here to here. And then he's like, but this talks about the import and the main thoroughfare. And then, as we've said, that we've broken down the code of that this is their code word for this canal, and kind of like starts breaking down until he points out to this building is the center of their operation. This is probably what they call the hearth, based on what we've heard. Right? Right there.
All right.
Tristaro, this is a lot. And I'm sure you're going to want to act on this information. I ask, don't be hasty. Don't be reckless. Let me get some things ready. Let me figure out something that can help us with this. Something that can give us the edge. I know what you want, but if you act rashly,
I'm not
then it
gonna
will-
act. I'm not gonna act rashly. I just need to get in touch with a few people. I know exactly who. I know some folks that can not only just benefit from this, but will pay for it as well.
Okay. I'm going to put some things together. I'm going to help you. I think the next thing we're going to be doing is acquiring an asset, one that will help us immensely for what we need. I've been doing some research. There's a thing that's going to help us, help you specifically. So,
Thank you, Archie.
yes. This is good, Tristaro. This is very good. Because not only can we possibly knock out their main distribution center and their main planning, their headquarters, their facility, cut off the head of the beast while it can, but it also means that in doing this, we might finally get to the heart of why.
Mhm. Yeah, that's the next question I have is, did you have any people that worked with you on this? Anyone who might have something against you or just wanted something to take advantage of, who would know these areas well?
The best theory I have is that one of my former apprentices stole the formula, honestly, because I haven't seen them since all of this started. It's all I've really got. It's my theory. But other than that, no, almost no one worked on me with this. This was my plan, my idea. Look, go get some sleep, Tristaro. Let me get some things together. And we will get something to help you and the rest of the venture as a collective to do this. All right?
Done. I'll go get some rest.
All right.
And I would
with
like to
that,
go
you
to the
have-
lecture hall and sleep in class.
Are you gonna go sleep in Archie's class?
Yeah, Silas is there. Let's kick back.
Silas is there. Silas is actually at the front right now. You can see Crow without the mask. They look very different, is the thing in this case.
Mhm.
They're in like your standard, almost prep student outfit kind of a thing.
Whoa.
Their hair is tied back into like a tight bun with like the little bit sticking out at the top, kind of like how I sometimes do like this.
Mhm.
They are literally holding like a compass that they are using to diagram with chalk, because they do chalk compasses. It's very fun, actually. Chalk compasses to diagram something on as they are explaining a basic concept to this class of individuals. Silas definitely sees you just go in and just immediately fall asleep in the back of class. Bro, what's your
I think I see him come in out of the corner of my eye, and when I see him falling asleep in the class, I'm going to like grab like a piece of my notes from the table and like gently toss it at him.
Mhm.
All right. You get beamed in the face, and there's just paper goes into your mouth. There's like it's just a moment of
And then I will look around to all the other students and say, when he gets this problem wrong on the exam, you will all know why.
Excellent. And John, we did your downtimes.
Yes.
No, Wick. We can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I hit the button.
There we
There we go. Do I get downtime?
Yeah, you get
Yeah,
downtime.
you
Oh.
did the job.
Downtime.
Well, I didn't know.
You leveled a building.
I'm gonna indulge vice.
All right.
6.
Amazing.
Producer stress by
God.
So Wick, you go get possessed.
Yeah, I go. Where did we used to go for that?
Silk
Barrel
Shore.
Cleft? Was it Silk Shore? Okay.
Silkshore. You went
yeah.
to a parlor in Silkshore.
We gotta go ghost. We gotta go do some
Gonna go do
ghosts
some
about
ghosts.
it.
And
yeah.
You go do ghosts. And you wake up after doing ghosts. You kind of wake up a little bit, and you're like, mouth tastes like smoke. Memories are a bit. Rick.
I love it when Jaimie reads my mind.
What about your other downtime?
I think
You can use it for their benefit if you want to help them somehow after what they did for you. Otherwise, it's on you.
I know what I would do. I would actually probably end up starting a project which is study pyro.
Okay. So good to know.
Yeah.
Also for you, John, because I realized that apparatus you brought, it did break when the fire basically went off.
I
So you don't
figured
have
it was a long shot for that to make it out of the building after what happened.
Yeah. Anyway, with that, downtime's done. Vice is rolled. That is a wrap on episode 6 of Fire in the Dark. We will be back in 2 weeks for episode 7, the penultimate episode of this season, as the crew will be getting ready. You'll be sent on a job to prepare for the finale, where they will take on the Pyro Distribution Center at the Hearth. But for now, thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you next time, scoundrels. See you around Duskfall.
Whew.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.